Arizona's Chase Field has been a house of horrors for the Cubs over the last 2 seasons. The shadows creeping over the fans there. Cubs have lost 6 straight games to the Diamondbacks in Phoenix, a streak they'll be looking to end tonight right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Hello again, everyone. Welcome into Lexus Cubs pregame line alongside our expert analyst, the all-star closer Dan Plesac. I'm Mark Shanowski, and Dan, the big blue train, a little bit off the track.
You know, a while back we were now we're just kind of
trying to get it back.
We got to get the batteries put back in that thing.
Well, good timing for Alfonso Soriano to return. Obviously, only a couple of minor league rehab starts, but they got to get him back in there. They need to spark that offense.
Well, they need a spark, but I'm not so sure tonight is going to be the night that he sparks. We hope that that is, but anytime you go on a short rehab assignment like he did, he just has a limited number of at-bats, probably about 12 or 13 at-bats, and it's awfully different facing major league pitching when the games count as opposed to going on minor league assignments. Now, the good thing is, from all the reports that we've heard, he's had no problems with the hand and the wrist. He seems to be healthy, or about as close to 100% as he can be right now. But if they really need somebody in this lineup to get going. But, you know, it's not unusual. Every team goes through 1 or 2 of these lineup funks all season long. And unfortunately for the Cubs, they really haven't had a time where, you know, the bats 1 through 9, with the exception of Ryan Terrio, he's been the one guy that's been able to stay away from that fungus. And other than that, it's kind of been a lineup-wide type of thing, but I don't think it's going to last very much longer. This is too good of a team. It's too well-constructed a team. The disappointing thing is they've wasted some really good efforts by their starting rotation, but if that continues, it'll all even out.
Well, for more on tonight's matchup, we're going to go live to Phoenix and bring in the guys who will call the game tonight here on Comcast Sportsnet. Len Casper and Bob Brenly. And guys, Alfonso Soriano back in his customary leadoff spot. Dan was just talking about it. It's going to take him a while to get his timing back, but I'm sure the Cubs are hoping he'll provide a spark very soon.
You know, Mark, if he just hits 3 home runs tonight, I think everything's good. No, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, you said it last night. Ideally, he comes back when the offense is humming and he just kind of almost quietly gets back in there, but they need him to do a little something here.
They need him to do a little something, ideally just to get on base. You may remember right before the hand injury, his legs were finally 100% healthy. He was starting to steal bases and run the bases aggressively. His legs are still at 100%. Talking to Lou before the ball game today, he said if he just gets on base, maybe his legs will be the spark we're looking for.
Now, the Kerry Wood injury situation, we'll update you here in a second. It hasn't been an issue really on this trip, unfortunately, because the Cubs haven't had a lot of late leads. But the update is he's going to see a specialist tomorrow in Chicago. The blister just has not healed as quickly as the Cubs had hoped. We're not sure if he's going to end up on the disabled list, but what it has done is it's made Lou save Carlos Marmol for the 9th. So that thing is a bit up in the air right now.
It is a little bit up in the air. I mean, that was one thing that you really felt good about in the first half of the season, the tail end of that bullpen leading up to Kerry Wood. Marmol had been so good. Bob Howery had been very good. Neil Kotz late in the first half was very good. But with Woody gone, that changes everybody's role down there. And as you said, unfortunately, we haven't had to worry about a closer too much on this road trip, but should the situation arise, I expect Carlos Marmol to come in there in the 9th inning firing BBs.
And the Cubs can't wait to get home. They'll have a 4-game homestand starting tomorrow night, but they want to get out of here with a win to avoid the sweep.
Guys, I want to ask you about Jim Edmonds, who's not available to play tonight. Lou Piniella kind of surprised us before the game, saying that he tweaked his knee. They're going to have an MRI. What do you know about his situation?
Well, Mark, I talked to Jim. Basically, the left knee has been surgically repaired. I mean, I don't know if there's a part on his body that hasn't been surgically repaired. He's gone through a lot in his career. It's just sore right now, and I think they're going to have an MRI to make sure there's nothing major wrong with him.
All right, guys, thanks a lot. We'll hand it off to you at the bottom of the hour. Hopefully a Cubs victory tonight. We're going to take a look at the roster moves that were made today. As we mentioned, Alfonso Soriano activated from the DL. Same story with Scott Air, who will be the left-hander out of the bullpen that Lou's been looking for. So 2 guys have to go off the roster. Micah Hoffpower, who played late last night, and Kevin Hart sent back to AAA Iowa. And really, it all starts with Soriano. He's the guy that they brought in here to be the spark plug at the top of the lineup. He has problems at times in left field. Could that be potentially an issue as well in trying to get his rhythm back?
Well, listen, he's never going to be looked at hand in hand as a potential Gold Glove winner in left field, but he makes the plays that have to be made. He's not really good, particularly at Wrigley, going back on balls over his head. He's a little bit gun shy of that ivy and that brick wall, which for good reason. That thing,
makes sense to me.
When you run into that brick wall, it doesn't tickle. But you know what? He throws very well. He's a very accurate thrower. And listen, this is the type of guy that when he was brought in here to produce runs. runs, to hit home runs, to drive in runs, to get on base, do some things on the bases. And when he's swinging the bat very well, you really look past some of the deficiencies that he has as far as being what you would call a gold glove type outfielder. Now, when he's swinging the bat well, he makes everybody in this Cub lineup a lot better. And this Cub lineup needs to get back to what they were doing the first half of the season pre-All-Star break. Making pitchers work, working deep counts. You can see as this little streak has gone on, becoming a little bit more impatient as the games go on. A lot of first pitch swinging, a lot of getting pitches to hit 2-0, 2-1. You go back to game 1 of the series, you know, at a situation where Derek Lee, 2-ball, no strike count, a good hitter's count, jammed on a fastball on the inner half of the plate. And, you know, when you're swinging the bat well as a team and individually, you put yourself in counts like that, and you're really concentrating on looking for a ball in one area. And when you're really going good, if that ball is not right in that zone that you want it to be in, you let it go. But everybody right now, when you get into a stretch like this, it's similar to when the pitching staff goes into one of these deep freezes. Every guy that goes out there wants to be the guy that's going to turn it around, and it just makes it worse because you go out and you put a little bit extra pressure on yourself. What this team needs desperately is to get a couple of runs early in this ball game, 2 or 3 runs in the first or second inning. Let Ted Lilly do his thing, and everybody just kind of take a deep breath and relax.
2 or 3 runs. They've only gotten 4 in the 4 losses total. That's been a problem. And you know,
that would be floodgates right now, 2 or 3 runs.
You talked about the middle of the order. It's been kind of a contagious slump, but we've got some numbers to show just how bad it's been for those guys that are supposed to be your run producers. Take a look at this. Aramis Ramirez hasn't had a hit since he left New York in the All-Star game. He's 0 for 20 since the break. D. Lee, 143. And Giovanni Soto's looked tired at the plate. He's batting 0-53 since the All-Star break. Combined 3 through 7. 125 batting average, and Dan, that's the definition of a slump right there.
Well, that's a slump, and if that continues, the Milwaukee Brewers and the Cardinals are going to be looking at the Cubs in the rearview mirror. But this is not going to continue.
No, that's not good.
It's not going to continue. This team is too good. They were too productive the first 3 months of the season. Every team goes through a period like this. The Brewers have gone through this. Fortunately for the Cubs, it really hasn't taken effect on the pitching staff, where the starting pitching or the bullpen, where the wheels have fallen off for a week to 10 days at a time. They're going to hit, and tonight might be the night that they break out of this. You know, the only thing that concerns you is, and I tried not to make a big issue out of this prior to the All-Star break, because they played such a good amount of their games early on at home that they haven't been a good road team. And it's starting to get to the point now where it's a little bit of concern. You look at the numbers, home and road, and they really get your attention, and that has to
21
change.
and 30 on the road.
It has to change because, you know, once they're going to get into the middle part of the September, the schedule is very favorable the next 6 to 7 weeks. But you start getting into that first week of September, they're going to play a good majority of the games on the road, and they're going to have to try to figure out how to start doing some damage on the road.
And they finished the season with 7 games on the road at the Mets and at Milwaukee, which would be awfully tough if it's a close race down the stretch. Well, in case you were wondering, the Cubs did take batting practice before tonight's game. Lou's experiment of saving those good swings for the game, that ended after one night. All in all, the skipper is just trying to stay positive.
We're struggling right now, and it's going to get better. It's going to get better. We haven't been swinging the bats. You know, in 5 of our last losses, we've scored a total of 6 runs. And that's been the problem. But it's going to get better. Look, our starting pitching is solid. You know, we need to get Woody back in his closer's role so that it sets up our bullpen. But assuming we can do that in short order, our bullpen's in good shape. We're going to swing the bats better than we have. Getting Soriano back is a big plus for us. And, you know, we're going through some tough times, but we'll come out of this thing.
Well, I remember early in the season when people were saying the Cubs are better off without Soriano in the lineup when he was struggling. They went 16 and 18 during the time their all-star left fielder was on the disabled list. Ryan Theriot is going to move down a notch to number 2, followed by Lee, Ramirez, Soto, and Kosuke Fukudome. Kosuke swinging it a little bit better last couple of nights, Dan.
He's swinging it better, Mark, but he's still not the guy that he was in April, May, and the early part of June. And you look up and down that lineup, and you start looking at 3, 4, 5, 6 in that lineup. They need to start to get some production, and I mean some runs batted in, some home runs. It's awfully hard at the major league level, if you're not hitting home runs, to bunch together 9 or 10 hits a game to score 4 or 5 runs. You look at 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and go even down to Mark DeRosa and to Reed Johnson. They're all capable of hitting the ball out of the ballpark, being patient. Listen, this team was too good for 3 months. It's just a little thing they're going through right now. I really believe they're going to snap out of this. Concerned, you have to be somewhat concerned, because it looked like about a week before the All-Star break, they had the Brewers really reeling. Now, they make that trade to get CC Sabathia, then they make a move to get Ray Durham. This is a team right now that's being really aggressive. They understand that they're in it. They're going to make a run at it. And I think of the 3 teams right now, the Cubs, the Brewers, and the Cardinals, there's no question right now that the Brewers have the mojo working. It's going to be up to the Cubs to start worrying about themselves and not worry about St. Louis or Milwaukee. If this team plays like it did the first 3 months, they're going to win this division.
Well, there's too many games left to worry about just Milwaukee. They've got 4 games at Miller Park next week. They can worry about the Brewers when that rolls around. We're just getting started here on Lexus Cubs pregame live. After a short timeout, we're going to focus on tonight's pitching matchup. Ted Lilly returns to the site of his Game 2 playoff flameout last October, and let's hope he doesn't have this type of reaction tonight. Who'll ever forget? He's slamming the glove to the ground. I can't believe I just gave up a home run in a playoff game. It's the Cubs and Diamondbacks at the bottom of the hour here on Comcast Sportsnet. Blues guys trying to avoid the sweep and protect that 1-game advantage in the National League Central.
McDonald's iced coffee comes in 3 delicious flavors: regular, vanilla, and hazelnut. Try one today.
The best way to survive an accident is to avoid one altogether. The 2009 RX, offering 14 actively safe features. Right now, get 2.9% financing on the 2009 RX 350 at your Lexus dealer.
You don't have to be shocked by your utility bill. Replace your windows, siding, and doors now and hit the jackpot with free installation from Feldco.
Call 866 for Feldco.
Free installation saves you thousands on energy-efficient Feldco windows, beautiful siding, and doors.
Free installation on windows, siding, and doors. But hurry, offer ends July 31st.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866 for Feldco.
It's a real Cinderella story.
She comes out of nowhere, and it's like food.
Hit after hit.
Are you at a loss for words, Josh?
What do you mean she's going to change TV forever? Well, find out.
One man wants to know the truth.
Put her in every home on the planet.
Who is Scarlet? The real Scarlet.
The evidence is staring you in the face.
Scarlet!
Things aren't always what they seem. Scarlet, the new series of TVs from LG.
These days, one thing matters when it comes to driving: this number. With an EPA estimated 30 miles per gallon highway, this Pontiac G6 has better fuel efficiency than this Mazda 6. Not to mention it has a range of up to 480 highway miles, which means you won't be stopping here again anytime soon. What's the point? Less pumping, more driving.
Qualified buyers now get 2.9% APR financing for 60 months on any 2008 G6, plus $750 purchase bonus cash. See your local Pontiac dealer.
Seriously, mornings just go better when you grab some breakfast.
Whatever.
Ow.
Start your day off right with any 2 McMuffin sandwiches for just $3. Now at McDonald's.
The Cubs have only scored 4 runs in their 4 losses so far on the current road trip. Hopefully that all changes tonight. They'll try to get the offense going against the soft-tossing Arizona lefty, Doug Davis. And we welcome you back to Lexus Cubs pregame live. Mark Shanowski, Dan Plesac with you this evening. We mentioned Doug Davis. He's 7-5 with a 3.39 earned run average in his 13 regular season starts against the Cubs. Let's take a look at our Feldco pitching matchup. Davis 3-4 so far this season. He was hit very hard in a loss to the Dodgers last Friday. As for Lilly, he gave up just 1 run over 7 innings against the Astros last Friday, wound up with a no decision in a game the Cubs eventually lost. And Lilly's been pretty consistent lately, Dan.
He has. You know, he's really kind of changed the way he's pitched from last year. He really pitched off of his fastball. He used that four-seam fastball. He would cut it into right-handers, use that big overhand curveball, and it's almost like this year, Mark, he's gone the other way around. He's thrown a lot of off-speed, a lot of slow curveballs, a lot of change-ups, and he's using his fastball almost what you call in the trade pitching guys backwards. He's kind of reinvented himself, and there's two ways to think about it. There are people that say that his velocity is down, but you have to give him credit for making the adjustment. There becomes a time in every pitcher's career where you just can't live and die with your fastball. You have to use your other pitches. He's done a very good job of disguising his fastball, using his off-speed pitches. And I tell you what, his last start was as good as he's been all season long, and they're going to need him to have a very good second half of the season.
And here's the lineup that Lilly will be facing tonight. It's the former Cub, Augie Ojeda, taking the place of Orlando Hudson at second base. Hudson was hit in the ankle by a pitch last night. He had to be helped off the field, but the news for the Diamondbacks is good in regard to that injury. He's only expected to miss a game or two. The D-backs loading their lineup with right-handed hitters against Lilly. That means Tony Clark gets to start at first base and Chris Burke in right field. They just picked up Clark in a trade last week. He's a veteran who's done some damage in the past.
Well, he has. And the unfortunate thing, you go back to last night's game. The Diamondbacks had a rough three-game series with the Dodgers. A couple of extra inning ball games, some big leads that got away. And they really, I think the thing that this is the most disappointing post-All-Star break is they have really missed some good pitchers. They missed Roy Oswalt. They've missed some ace pitchers, and they've had a chance last night to really go to plan C, D, and E in that Diamondback bullpen. Brandon Lyon was unavailable last night, and that's what has to be a little bit of concern. This team needs to start swinging the bats better, and fortunately for the Cubs, this is a Diamondback team that's not really, I wouldn't say, an explosive offensive team. They're a young team. They have some speed. They can create some runs, but this should be a lineup that if Ted Lilly brings his A game, should have a pretty good time of keeping the runs down to a minimum.
Speaking of Lilly, before our last break, we showed that video of him slamming his glove to the ground. I think Ted Lilly probably saw that maybe 50, 60 times during the offseason. That kind of symbolized the Cubs' playoff failure of a year ago. Bad memories from that game. It's his first return back to Chase Field. Does that enter his mind in any fashion?
Oh, you know what? When you have a game like that is so important, and I'm sure that he's seen this clip 50,000 times this winter, and you know what? And it brings back a lot of bad memories. And hopefully, he can put that behind him. And I'm sure that he is. He's a veteran guy. All of us that have pitched have wanted to do that. No, but I'm telling you, 15,000 times I would have liked to have done that. Yeah. But you know what? It happens. You get into the heat of the moment. You're in a big series. You've been such a very important part of the pitching staff all season long, and really you're pitching the biggest game of the year, and you have expectations of going in there and shutting somebody down. You're not able to do it, and it really took a great month of September, and it left a bitter taste in not only the players but a lot of fans' mouths going into last season. But I don't think that he's going to let what happened. He hasn't forgotten about it, but I don't think it will have any effect on him pitching well tonight.
Hopefully Ted Lilly has a good one this evening. Coming up next, we'll take a look at the Cubs' bullpen issues, find out what changes might be in store to make that unit a little bit stronger down the stretch. More Cubs pregame live after a short timeout.
Cubs Pregame Live is brought to you in part by Menards. At Menards, you'll find big lumber yards, big selection, and big savings.
Save big money on doors at Menards. Larson Storm Doors provide year-round energy savings. The classic Elegance Full View with interchangeable glass and screen is $179, or the MagnaSeal Mid View with a retractable screen, $184. Create a new look for your home with Dutch Boy paint. This is your second week to save $7 a gallon on all dimensions interior paint. Save $17.50 on the 2.5-gallon ready-to-roll container.
Save big money at Menards.
Something in the way you move, little darling. Yes, there's something in the way you talk that make me realize. There's something in the way you move.
The 2008 Volvo XC90 Special Edition SUV. Get together with yours at the Volvo Model Year-End event. Now's the best time to get an 08 Volvo. Event ends July 31st.
Do you rinse at night?
A quick rinse with Listerine puts plaque and gingivitis germs to bed, giving you 12 hours of protection. So rinse under the stars and say goodnight to germs. Listerine.
Before, during, and after the game, Comcast Sportsnet has Chicago baseball covered this summer. Beginning with pregame live, lineups, keys to the game, and insider news from the ballpark. And after the game, postgame live has reaction from the stadium and in-depth analysis with Belton, Bill Melton, and the quirky left-hander Dan Plesac. Plus, Sportsnet devotes more time to the Cubs and Sox every night of the week. The best coverage of Chicago baseball is on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Last week, if you just got the scores, you didn't get the whole picture.
We talk so often about this organization has one goal. There's a lot of interpretations as to what that one goal is, but ultimately that one goal is to win.
I'd be lying to say if I don't want to be in the Hall of Fame. But when an organization is going to put a statue of you in their stadium forever, that's better than the Hall of Fame to me. That's showing my family and I that we represented the White Sox well when I played here.
Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Cubs Brewers, Sox Twins, Monday through Thursday on Comcast Sportsnet.
That's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing, gentlemen. Atta baby.
Cub fans, do we have a treat for you next month? It's our half-hour special on the road with Rhino. Luke Stuckmeyer takes you behind the scenes with Hall of Famer Ryne Sandberg, who's in his second season as manager of the Peoria Chiefs. We'll have exclusive access to closed-door meetings, dinner with number 23, and trips to some of the most famous places in the world. You saw him standing there in front of the White House. On the road with Rhino, August 2nd at 3:30. That's after the Cubs-Pirates game, only here on Comcast Sportsnet. Well, in case you went to bed early last night, gave up on the Cubs, you might not have seen that Arizona added on 6 runs in the 7th and 8th inning against Sean Marshall and Kevin Hart. Well, Hart is headed back to Iowa to clear a roster spot for Scott Air. Question, I guess, is Air going to be that situational lefty Lou's really been looking for?
Well, he's going to have to be at this point of the season right now. Neil Kotz is throwing the ball really well, but he seems better suited to pitch against right-handers than he does to left-handers. And this is a guy, Scott Air, that really could be an important piece down the stretch. He can negate a guy like a Prince Fielder. He can change some good switch hitters around, like a Lance Berkman, who is a much better power hitter from the left side, turn him over to the right side. It's not necessarily a necessity to have at this point of the season, but when you start to get into the month of September and you're really playing the mix and match game, when your starter gets you through the 7 and you're going to try to combat right, left, expanded rosters where teams have more players available, and that's a great weapon to have, a left-hander that can get some lefties out. I think he's the best suited. You know, Sean Marshall, in my opinion, and this is strictly my opinion, he's not very well suited being in the bullpen. He doesn't have one dominant pitch to get a left-hander out. What makes Sean Marshall successful is the entire repertoire. He has a good fastball, a good changeup, and a good curveball. None of them outstanding. And what makes a really good relief pitcher is having one really good pitch that you can go to, 2 balls, no strikes, 2 balls, 1 strike, whether it's a fastball that has life on it, a good breaking ball. You have to have one good pitch that when you get in trouble, you can go to it and get outs with it.
And I wouldn't be surprised if before too long he's sent back to Iowa to make sure he's ready to start in case they have an injury down the line.
He's kind of in a bad spot because he's really, the couple of games that he started, he's threw the ball very well. And it's hard to take a guy whose mental approach is to use all of his pitches. He's tried to figure out how to go through a lineup the second and the third time. And when you're coming in out of the bullpen, you don't have time to work on your second pitch, your third pitch, and worrying about setting up hitters. The first pitch that you throw often when you come into a game has to be the right one, because if it's not, you may not get an opportunity to throw a second one because the first pitch might be hitting the gap and Lou Piniella's coming out to make a pitching change. That's what makes it so difficult.
Well, John Lieber's on the DL. He could take Sean Marshall's roster spot before too long. Kerry Wood did some light throwing before tonight's game, still bothered by that blister issue, but doesn't sound like he's going to be ready to go anytime soon. Piniella gave us an injury update on his all-star closer.
It's a concern. Let's not understate the issue. It's a concern. And the reason it's a concern is that there's no timetable to this thing now. I mean, we felt that 4 days off during the break, he get a nice throw day in Houston and be ready to pitch. And he hasn't been able to throw. He's going to throw today, but like I said, just change-ups. So yeah, is it getting to be a concern? You're darn right it is. Yeah, there's no question. But and you know, I mean, the sin hasn't grown back the way that you would expect it to grow. So they're going to check. They're going to check for a couple other things, and then we'll know. We need the guy back. I mean, there's no question.
Lou making it sound like a horror film. The skin hasn't grown back quite the way you'd expect it to, but try to explain to the folks a blister issue and why it's so important not to rush him back.
Well, one of the things, it's not an excruciating kind of pain when you're throwing a ball with a blister on your finger, the kind of pain that's going to drop you to your knees. It's very similar to when if you're sitting at home, you're reading a newspaper, looking through something, a magazine, and you get a paper cut, you get that stinging sensation. Well, what happens is, I'm sure that the problem he's having is throwing his curveball, because you really want to get a good grip on that seam, and that seam is rubbing on that blister, and it takes a while to heal.
Well, hopefully he can get back soon. Doesn't sound like he's going to be ready for the initial couple of games against the Marlins when the Cubs return to Wrigley Field. Coming up after a final break, we'll get Dan's ever-popular keys to the game, see if he's got a way to get that big blue train back on track.
Cubs Pregame Live is brought to you by your Chicago area Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today.
The best way to survive an accident is to avoid one altogether. The 2009 RX, offering 14 actively safe features. Right now, get 2.9% financing on the 2009 RX 350 at your Lexus dealer.
Stanley's Garage World is slashing prices during the Grand Slam Savings Event. For this month only, take advantage of major savings, like a two-car garage for only $99. Right, only $59.99 or just $99 per month. These savings aren't going to last, so don't wait to make your play. The Grand Slam Savings Event at Danley's Garage World. It's not just a garage, it's a Danley's.
Number 1, second to none. Danley's Garage World.
Depend on Danley.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by American Chartered Bank. American Chartered, the bank for your business. Member FDIC, an equal housing lender.
The best damn sports show, period. Sports Television's nightly party. Weeknights on Comcast Sportsnet.
Is the jar more beautiful than the results? Not in this case. Neutrogena Anti-Wrinkle Intensive with Retinol SA smooths even the deepest wrinkles. So choose. Beautiful in the jar or in the mirror.
Nissan set out to create the perfect on-road vehicle, and in the process, created a category. Introducing 2 crossover leaders from Nissan. The redesigned Murano, awarded as an IIHS top safety pick. And the new Rogue, named 2008's best new small crossover. Lease Murano, $299 a month. Rogue, $229 a month. Don't follow the leader, own one. At your Nissan dealer now.
Guests on Cubs Pregame Live receive gift certificates to Harry Carey's legendary Italian steakhouse, located in Chicago, Rosemont, and Lombard.
Alfonso Soriano getting ready to bat leadoff tonight against Doug Davis. I'm guessing he's not going to be taken in his first at bat. Time now for Dan's keys to the game.
We're going to keep it simple. We're not going to worry about front foot contact, first pitch strikes. Harry, if you're out there and looking down on us, let's get some runs. It's about time they start scoring some runs in some bunches, and hopefully tonight will be the night that they break through in this Cub offense, start clicking and rolling like it was the first 3 months of the season. And then ring, 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 wake up call. The Brewers are coming. The Cardinals are coming. It's time for a wake-up call. This could be one of the biggest games that this team has played all season long. Get out of here, at least winning one game in the desert. Get back home and get some of that home cooking over the weekend.
Can't get swept. We're out of time for now. For Dan and the entire crew, thanks for watching Lexus Cubs pregame live. Len and Bob have the call next from Chase Field. We'll see you back here after the game. Woo-hoo!
He's back, and a shot in the arm for a struggling offense couldn't come at a better time. After a 6-week layoff, Alfonso Soriano returns to the lineup as Cubs fans take a deep sigh of relief. The Fonz, Cubs, and D-backs next. And we greet you once again from Phoenix, Arizona. We are inside Chase Field for Chicago Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet. And tonight the Cubs are trying to elude the sweep and also trying to hold off the hard-charging Milwaukee Brewers. They lead in the division down to just one game. The Brewers tonight in St. Louis again, continuing their series against the Cardinals. And we have the Cubs and the D-backs here on Comcast Sportsnet. And hi again, everyone. Bob Brenly and Len Casper with you. The Cubs need a shot in the arm offensively. They're going to get Alfonso Soriano back. He had the broken left hand, missed 6 weeks, but he's back and leading off.
And it's good for a couple of different reasons. Obviously, the offense needs some kind of a spark, and Alfonso Soriano is going to face left-handers the next 2 days. He's a .377 hitter against left-handed pitching this season.
The team 2 games under 500 during this second DL stint of the year. And you look at what's gone on this season, the Cubs still lead the National League in runs, batting average, on base percentage, but it's gone down since the first month.
Yeah, kind of like a slow leak in your spare tire, and the Cubs need to plug that leak quickly.
On the mound tonight, couple of left-handers. Ted Lilly will go for the Cubs. It'll be Doug Davis facing the Cubs for the first time for Arizona this year.
And against Doug Davis, the Cubs offense really needs to be patient. This is a guy that's likely to throw as many balls as strikes in the game. Ted Lilly's been throwing the ball extremely well lately. It'll be a real test tonight for these two lefties hooking up.
So coming up, Ted Lilly coming off a no decision, but 7 strong innings at Houston. And the Cubs welcome back their catalyst, Alfonso Soriano. Cubs and the Diamondbacks next.
Who could that be? Oh, wow. I'm there for you, buddy. That was Brad. He really wants to vent.
We should go.
Ready to vent? Let's vent. Let's vent.
Let's vent. Introducing the vented wide mouth can from Coors Light. It lets in air for a smooth, refreshing pour.
Is he okay?
I think we'll be venting a little longer.
Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Comcast Sportsnet's action-packed weekend begins Friday at 5:30 with Chicago's premier sports talk show, Chicago Tribune Live, with host David Kaplan. Saturday at 5:30, it's a central title bout in the Motor City as the White Sox try to tame the Tigers. Sunday at 12:30, suit up in the blue as the Cubs ignite Wrigleyville as they try and reel in a win against the Florida Marlins. And at 6:30, 10 at midnight, don't miss Sports Night. It's an action-packed weekend only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Hey, Northside fans, how would you like to take in a game like a king? Well, thanks to Volvo, you can. Presenting the Volvo Wrigley Field Rooftop VIP Sweepstakes. Just log on to ComcastSportsNet.com and fill out an entry form. You could win 4 tickets and a parking pass to one of the famous private rooftops adjoining Wrigley Field, which includes food and beverage and a $100 dinner gift certificate to Harry Carey's Wrigleyville. Don't delay. Enter the Volvo Wrigleyville Rooftop VIP Sweepstakes. Brought to you by your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Volvo dealers.
Mark Shanowski back in our Comcast Sportsnet studio. We'll get you out to Arizona in a few minutes for the start of the game. But first, here's a quick look at the top stories in Chicago sports today. We start with a rather surprising development from Bears camp. Pro Bowl kick returner Devin Hester has decided to hold out. He's looking for more money. Hester still has 2 years left on the rookie deal he signed in 2006. But he says he deserves a significant raise after returning 12 kicks for touchdowns in his first 2 seasons. And really, who can argue with him? Hester told the Tribune he intends to hold out until a new deal gets done.
I talked to his agent a few days ago. He floated it out there, but I didn't really take it serious because, as I say, we are still talking. We're still in the process. There's no closure.
We would like for him to be here. He got all the work in all season, but things come up. That's about all I can say with it. Whenever you can practice, we want our entire football team here. He needs to work. But again, it's not the first time a guy's held out of camp. We have to keep going.
Afternoon baseball on the south side. The Sox looking to take 2 out of 3 against Texas. Bottom of the 7th, Sox trailing 8-4. Nick Swisher doesn't like a called strike, has some words with the ump. And of course, Ozzy's going to come out. He gets run by Rob Drake, paying the price for arguing balls and strikes. Turned out that fired up the Sox. Bottom of the 8th, trailing 8-7, 2 on, 2 out for Carlos Quentin. And the all-star left fielder smacks one out to left center. His second homer of the game. White Sox go on to beat the Rangers by a final of 10-8. We'll have much more on the Sox and the Bears tonight on Sports Night following Cubs postgame live. Up next, though, it's game time. The series finale between the Cubs and Diamondbacks from Chase Field. We hope you enjoy the game here on Comcast Sportsnet.
It's on everybody's mind these days. So trade up to better fuel economy now at the Chevy Model Year-End event. Trade up to Silverado with better available V8 fuel economy than Tundra and F-150. Get 0% APR financing for 72 months on most 2008 Chevy Silverado half-tons. Log on now to ChevyDealer.com.
The Chicago Cubs strongly encourage the use of public transportation. The CTA offers a variety of options, including the Red Line, which stops right at Wrigley Field at the Edison station. If you must drive, try the remote parking operation at DeVry University, located near the Edison and Rockwell intersection. The remote lot offers parking and an express bus for just $6. For more details, call the CTA hotline at 773-836-7000 or visit Cubs.com.
Hi, can I have an MGD 64, please?
A margarita 64?
Okay. 12 ounces, 64 calories.
Enjoy.
MGD 64, as light as it gets.
When a major hospital wanted to add on to their benefits package at no direct cost to the company, their very first word was... Find out more at forbusiness.com.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by Chevy. Log on now to ChevyDriveChicago.com. Check us out today, ChevyDriveChicago.com. Midas, for brakes, oil changes, tires, and more. Trust the Midas Touch. Your Chicago area Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Menards. At Menards, you'll find big lumber yards, big selection, and big savings. At Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, we want to give you the security to experience wellness everywhere. Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Cadillac, Life, Liberty, and the Pursuit. And by Southwest Airlines. With Southwest Airlines, you're now free to be more productive. Visit Southwest.com today.
Hot again outside. About 107. Not too bad. Inside, upper 70s. And we are set, and the Cubs try to avoid the sweep. They were able to do so in Houston, winning 9-0 on Sunday. It's been a tough go here in Arizona, and they will face veteran left-hander Doug Davis. Now the Cubs Southwest starting lineup. Great to see Alfonso Soriano back atop the Cubs lineup. With him in the lineup this year, the Cubs have gone 33-18. Terrio, Lee, Ramirez, Soto catching, Fukudome at right, DeRosa back at his normal spot at second base, Reed Johnson in there in center, and Ted Lilly, the pitcher, will bat 9.
Take a look at the Diamondbacks defensively behind Doug Davis tonight. Connor Jackson, Chris Young, and Chris Burke across the outfield. Mark Reynolds, Stephen Drew on the left side of the infield. Former Cub Agi Ojeda at second base. Tony Clark, the veteran, playing first base tonight. Chris Snyder once again behind the plate for the left-hander Doug Davis. Get a look at his numbers on the season. This is a guy, as I mentioned earlier, you need to be extremely patient against. He's walked as many as 6 in one game this year. He's averaging about 3 walks per start this season.
Quickly get the Kia umpires. Sam Holbrook in his 8th season will call balls and strikes. Fairchild, Wegner, and Kellogg on the bases. And here's Alfonso Soriano. Missed exactly 6 weeks with the broken bone in his left hand, and he is back tonight. Then he swings at the first pitch and fouls it off, and we're underway.
Did you expect anything else? You think he's going to sit out for 6 weeks and not hack at that first pitch he sees?
Good success against Doug Davis, 5 for 14 with a home run in his career. Slow breaking ball is low.
I think you're going to hear that word slow a lot tonight with Doug Davis on the mound. As you can see, a very slow delivery, very deliberate in everything he does out there on the mound.
See a lot of change-ups.
Even his own manager Bob Melvin said he's likely to throw as many balls as strikes over the course of the game. He just can't afford to challenge the middle of the strike zone very often.
There comes his 2-1. That one fouled back. Only a couple of minor league rehab games for the All-Star, who was unable to participate in the All-Star game, even though he was voted into the starting lineup. He went 1 for 3 with Iowa yesterday. Actually, it was last night down at Tucson. He was the DH with Mesa the day before. And back with the big league club tonight. And he's run it full, 3-2.
Yeah, we talked about it briefly yesterday for Fonzie's rehab assignment, especially the outing in Mesa with the rookie ball club. He got jammed a couple of times in one at bat. He hit another ball off the end of the bat, which in a weird kind of way is exactly what Lou and his coaches wanted to see. If Fonzie goes down there and squares the ball up 2 or 3 times, you don't really test that broken left hand. But he was tested in his rehab assignment and came through with flying colors.
He strikes out to start the ball game. Took Davis 6 pitches to get Soriano.
He's likely to throw a lot of those 4-seam fastballs up there around the letters. We've seen a lot of big slow breaking balls. He also has a shorter slider, almost like a cutter, and as you mentioned, a lot of straight changeups.
Now Ryan Theriot, who had been leading off, he moves down a slot and hits second. Corner men are in just in case Ryan's thinking about a bunt. Great comeback story for Doug Davis. He had thyroid cancer surgery on April 10th. He was diagnosed in the latter part of spring training, made 2 regular season starts before going on the DL to have the operation, during which his thyroid and the surrounding tissue were removed, and he missed a month and a half on the DL before returning. Here comes his 1-1. Now 1-2. Two more hits for Theriot last night. I guess only she can hear that music. Derek Lee coming up next, 0 for 8 in the series. Aramis Ramirez 0 for his last 23. Giovanni Soto 0 for his last 18. They're trying to break it tonight against Davis.
Extremely slow. And you must be patient. You can run on him if you get the right guys on base. Lou Piniella has not been pushing the buttons much lately, but Doug Davis is a guy they figure to take advantage of if they get the right guys on base. Ryan Theriot would figure to be one of those guys if he could reach ahead of Derek Lee. That's one way you can try to jumpstart a dormant offense. Try to get some guys in motion. You get some defenders breaking to cover bases. It opens up some holes defensively in the infield and possibly gives that hitter a shot to drive the ball through into the outfield.
Back-to-back full counts to start it. Well, we have slow-mo replays, but when it comes to Doug Davis motion, you don't really need slow-mo. Ground ball backhanded by Drew. He sets, he throws, and he gets Terrio by about a half a step. And this road telecast on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in high definition by Sharp Aquas. Now the next two guys coming up, Bob, you would assume, well, like Alfonso Soriano, you would think Derek Lee and Aramis Ramirez would have a lot of success against a left-hander who doesn't throw hard. Well, that is far from the case. Lee just 4 for 22. He has hit 2 home runs, but he has struck out 12 times. And Aramis just 5 for 22, also 2 home runs, but he has struck out 6 times. So Davis has had their number.
I don't think it's necessarily the stuff that he features out there on the mound. It's that delivery. Everything about hitting is timing. Everybody has certain mechanisms they do to get themselves into a good hitting position. And when Davis has that little hesitation right there before delivering.
That one is very deep to left. And it's going to go. A home run for Derek Lee, his first hit of the series. Third career homer against Davis. And it's 1-0. That's Derek's first home run in over a month. June 20th against the White Sox.
Our Belvedere going downtown home run replay. He had to go down to get that pitch. It was down below knee level, but Derek Lee golfs it into the bleachers in left center field. That is a beautiful sight.
It had been a while for Derek. That's his 16th home run, his 60th RBI. And the Cubs take the early lead, as you were saying. Well, he timed him that time.
He did that time. But that little pause in the middle of the delivery can throw off your rhythm as a hitter. And sometimes it'll take an at-bat or two before you finally figure out when to get all of your movement started so that you're in sync with that Doug Davis delivery.
Aramis stuck in an 0 for 23 going back to the last game of the first half. Started to see some frustration last night. Called strike. 2-2. Milwaukee leading at St. Louis again, 1-0 as they play the top of the 6th. In the 5th, J.J. Hardy hit his 14th home run. Brewers are just 1 back of the Cubs. Bouncer to Mark Reynolds, and the inning is over. Derek Lee with his first home run in over a month, getting the scoring going. 394 feet from home plate. Ted Lilly will take the ball with a 1-0 lead.
Exceptionally brewed for a taste that's pure Amsterdam. Amstel Light, one damn good beer.
Something in the way you move, little darling. Yes, it's something in the way you talk that make me realize there's something in the way you move that make
The
2008 Volvo S80 luxury sedan. Get together with yours at the Volvo Model Year-End event. Now's the best time to get an 08 Volvo. Event ends July 31st.
You don't have to be stuck with your old windows, siding, or doors. Replace them now and hit the jackpot with free installation from Feldco.
Call 866 for Feldco.
Free installation saves you thousands on energy-efficient Feldco windows, beautiful siding, and doors.
No job's too small. Get free installation on windows, siding, and doors. But hurry, offer ends July 31st.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866 for Feldco.
Exceptionally brewed for a taste that's pure Amsterdam. Amstel Light, one damn good beer.
Diamondbacks still in first place in the National League West. Their lead now a game and a half because the Dodgers lost to Colorado today 5-3. Now their Southwest starting lineup. Stephen Drew at short. Augie Ojeda in there for Orlando Hudson, who got hit on the right ankle by a pitch last night. He's day-to-day. Jackson, Reynolds, Young. Tony Clark getting a spot start at first. Snyder back to the plate. Chris Burke out in right against the lefty, and Doug Davis is the pitcher.
Take a look at the Cubs defensively, brought to you by Rico. Move your ideas forward with Rico dependability. Soriano, Johnson, Fukudome across the outfield. Ramirez, Terrio, DeRosa, and Lee across the infield. Giovanni Soto behind the plate tonight for left-hander Ted Lilly.
Ted coming off a no decision at Houston. Pitched well. Starts Drew with a strike. Looking for his 10th win of the year.
And that outing against Houston, 7 strong innings, gave up only 6 hits and 1 run in that game.
A 1-1. Hit to left in the air, sending Soriano over near the line. He's in foul ground, makes a catch. He gets right into the defensive action.
That's been the good thing about this time around for Alfonso Soriano and his rehabbing of that broken hand. His legs have been 100% healthy. We've seen him shagging balls in the outfield. We've seen him participate in running drills. There's nothing wrong with his legs at this point in the season. When he came back the last time from the calf injury, he wasn't the same player out there in left field. It took him quite a while to get in sync with the game.
Augie Ojeda, a switch hitter, former Cub, batting righty against the left-hander Lilly. The Orlando Hudson injury looked pretty bad last night, but I guess it looked worse than it ended up being. He got hit on the right ankle by a pitch late in the ball game. Earlier he had hit a home run, but he was hit in the 8th, was taken out for a pinch runner, and I guess just day-to-day at this point. Didn't sound good.
Boy, it sure did. A hard slider down and in, caught him on the outside of that right ankle, and he went down in a heap and stayed down for a long time. Had to be helped off the field by the trainers. Couldn't put any weight on that right leg. We're talking to skipper Bob Melvin today. He said, you know, if circumstances were different, if we were in September and this was a must-win game, it's not out of the question that Hudson could play tonight.
Little tapper, picked up on the bare hand by Ramirez, and he gets it nicely done.
It's been a struggle recently for Aramis Ramirez at the plate, but he has played some of his best defense of the season during the course of this road trip. He's made some amazing barehanded play, most recently there to retire Augie Ojeda.
2 outs, and it's Connor Jackson. Put the Diamondbacks ahead with a first-inning home run last night. Ended up with 3 hits, 3 RBIs, and scored twice. The pitcher who hit Hudson was Kevin Hart. Kevin with a rough outing. And he was sent back to AAA Iowa today as Scott Air was removed from the disabled list, so he's back on the active roster. Scott was out since June 28th with a strained left groin. Michael Hoffpower optioned back to Iowa as well, with Soriano coming back. So a plethora of roster moves today. Cubs have 3 lefties in their pen: Kotz, Marshall, and now Air. And a 2-out single to center for Jackson. That came on a 2-0 pitch. So he is now hit in 10 of his last 11 games. I almost hate to mention this, Bob, but Mark Reynolds in the regular season in his career is just 3 for 33 against the Chicago Cubs. Hit a big home run last year in the playoffs, but has not gone deep in the regular season against the Cubs. The guy behind him in the lineup also with a big series last year in the division series, but he's hitting just 154 in his career against the Cubs. That's Chris Young. Jackson thought about trying for second, but Soto pounced on that baseball and kept the runner at first.
Well, the Diamondbacks as a team are very good about taking bases when they see that pitch heading for the dirt. That time Jackson took a couple of stutter steps towards second base, but Giovanni Soto deadened that ball right in front, and Jackson had to hit the brakes.
Lilly has this sign from Soto. Big leg kick. He's going to fire to first. It's now 2-0 Milwaukee in St. Louis. In the 6th, and CC Sabathia has not allowed a hit through 5. Swing and a miss. 1-2. I'd say Sabathia's just been okay since he's been with Milwaukee. My goodness.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how deep into the season he can continue the pace that he has set since coming over to the Brewers. He's quite the workhorse.
He's 3-0 already with 2 complete games, and he's also hit a home run. They have the runner picked off, but he's going to be safe at second. A little double clutch by Derek Lee. Jackson will end up with a steal.
I think if Derek gets that ball out of his glove cleanly on the first attempt, they probably get Jackson at second base, but that second effort to reach into the glove and find the seams gave Jackson a couple of extra steps, and he was able to beat the throw to second.
You saw Ted was pretty deliberate, thinking he had a lot of time. He just didn't want to make a bad throw to Lee. Jackson ends up with his 7th stolen base. So he's in scoring position. It's 1-2 on Reynolds. The pitch. Got him on the curveball. And that ends the inning. 2-out single and a steal. No runs. It's 1-0 Cubs after 1.
That's why Southwest Airlines has 14 daily one-stopper connecting flights from Chicago Midway to Dallas Love Field, so you can always catch a later flight. And you can count on us to get you there with our convenient flights and on-time service.
You're now free to be more productive. Never before has the gecko been captured on film talking about RV insurance.
So, you guys travel a lot. You should check out Geico and get a free rate quote on RV insurance.
This is truly history in the making.
You can also get a rate quote on motorcycle insurance, ATV insurance, personal watercraft insurance.
Sounds good.
Excuse me, I'm up here.
Geico, saving you money on insurance for your car and the other stuff that moves you.
We've sold thousands of quality used cars, but actually, quality used cars sell themselves. Hello, I'm Bruce Dickstein of the David Bruce Auto Center. Our factory-trained technicians go through every used car. The ones that pass go on our lot. The ones that don't, they go somewhere else. At the David Bruce Auto Center, we take the risk out of buying. We believe it's the only way to buy a used car.
And if credit has been a problem, see David Bruce for a second chance.
You know, we're struggling right now, and it's going to get better. It's going to get better. We haven't been swinging the bats. You know, in 5 of our last losses, we've scored a total of 6 runs. And that's been the problem. But it's going to get better. Look, our starting pitching is solid. You know, we need to get Woody back in his closer's role so that it sets up our bullpen. But assuming we can do that in short order, our bullpen's in good shape. We're going to swing the bats better than we have. Getting Soriano back is a big plus for us. And, you know, we're going through some tough times, but we'll come out of this thing.
That's the manager, Lou Piniella, and Doug Davis just stole away a hit from Giovanni Soto, who's now 0 for his last 19. Can't get a break.
Now that's where some of those offers can be a little bit deceiving. This ball was hit pretty hard back up the middle of the field. Probably a base hit through into center if Davis doesn't make the play. Just kind of stuck his glove out there behind him and was able to catch it right up in the webbing of the glove.
So here's Kosuke getting 278 on the trip. He got on 3 times last night. Didn't score any of those times. In fact, did not get it past first base, but he walked and had 2 singles.
It was good to see one of the singles was a ground ball back up the middle of the field. The other a ground ball through the hole at third and short. Seems like Kosuke's been hitting a lot of lazy fly balls to the outfield lately, and that certainly is not his game. Line drives and hard ground balls. Need Kosuke to start getting on base with more regularity.
$2-0 on Kosuke, whose numbers actually been pretty good against lefties. Without looking, I would have thought the splits were more drastic. But he's getting on base at a 371 clip against lefties. The slugging's down a little bit. He slugs 420 versus righties, 366 against left-handers. The batting average just about the same. In fact, it's 1 point higher against southpaws. Here's a 3-0, and that's ball 4. Watch the Cubs take on the Marlins this Saturday at 12:05 on Shed Aquarium Day at Wrigley Field. Fans have the chance to win gift packages, including 4 VIP passes to Shed Aquarium. Don't miss your chance to make an insheddable connection at Shed Aquarium this summer.
Shed Aquarium Day against the Marlins. Coincidence? I don't know.
I think not. Now, Mark DeRosa, we can call him a second baseman again. At least for tonight.
At least for tonight.
And
That's
at least
right.
to start the game. But he'll move around if you need him to. Davis will throw to first. Low throw handled by Tony Clark. No hitters over for Sabathia. Brendan Ryan broke that up in the bottom of the 6th with a single. And that came with 2 outs. This time Kosuke has to dive back. The news on Kerry Wood is a little concerning. Now, the good news is he was able to throw in the bullpen today, but all he could throw were changeups. Because when you throw the changeup, your index finger, the tip of that finger is really not a factor. It doesn't even have to touch the baseball. But he is going to see another specialist to check out that blister tomorrow in Chicago. It just has not healed the way the Cubs had hoped. And there's really no timetable, and that's what the big concern is. It's not that there's any sort of injury. I think the biggest concern right now, Bob, is that he hasn't been able to just throw. He'll throw all of his pitches. And you don't want the arm to get too rusty, especially a guy who's gone through the surgeries Kerry Wood has gone through. He hasn't been able to throw in almost 2 weeks.
And the concern is if you do allow him to try to throw or pitch through this blister, he's going to start favoring his elbow or his shoulder or cause some real serious damage to his throwing arm, which is why the Cubs have been so cautious. They backed off, tried to allow that blister to heal completely before he resumes throwing in anger the way he was before the injury.
Up and in, 2-2 on DeRosa. We also should note that you can only backdate a DL stint 10 days. So we've been talking about if you put Kerry on the DL, he could come back as soon as Sunday. Well, that is not the case anymore as DeRosa swings and misses. So at this point, if Kerry were to go on the disabled list, he'd have to miss at least 5 days.
A little cut fastball on the outside corner that time from Doug Davis. DeRosa comes up empty.
2 strikeouts for Davis. Reed Johnson with another new look. Got rid of the stash.
Well, he might grow it back around the 7th inning, though.
He has kind of a half Doug Davis working on the chin. Kosuke still at first, 2 outs, and Davis will throw. Good numbers for Reed against lefties. Jim Edmonds will have an MRI just to make sure nothing major is going on with his left knee. It has been surgically repaired in the past. Had some soreness in there and was taken out early last night.
You knew there had to be something physically wrong with Jim Edmonds because at the point of the ball game he was removed. Bob Melvin, as we've talked about throughout this series, has an all right-handed bullpen, so you want to leave as many of your left-handed hitters in the game as you can once the starter is out of the ball game, because you know you're going to see a string of right-handed relievers. But Edmonds came out of the ball game, which was a pretty good indication that there was something physically bothering him.
The Cubs did take batting practice tonight. It's kind of been a 1 day on, 1 day off, 1 day on, 1 day off type of situation. As Lou's just looking for the right combination. He was hoping last night not taking BP would jumpstart the offense, but they only scored twice after being shut out in the opener. An early run tonight. Derek Lee hit a home run in the first inning. In on the hands, and it's foul. No play for Tony Clark. But Doug Davis and Steve Traxel, could you imagine that matchup? I mean, Ted Lilly doesn't work that quickly. But I would say the only comparable pitcher in baseball I can think of would be Traxel as far as the deliberate nature of Davis between pitches.
With Davis and Traxel pack a lunch and a dinner. It's going to be a long game.
Broken bat, ground ball through the right side. Kosuke stopping at second. 2 on with 2 down, and it's Ted Lilly.
Good battle that time by Reed Johnson. Ends up breaking his bat, but found that hole in the right side of the infield. That's just a nice piece of veteran hitting. Those guys that know the first baseman is holding on the runner especially in those 2 strike counts. When you get a pitch out over the plate, you just kind of guide it through that right side for a base hit. Nicely done.
Ted's done a nice job at the plate. In his career, just 135, but as you saw, 189 here in 08. The double and 2 RBIs. Kosuke at second. Johnson at first.
Ted really got a little dose of his own medicine there. The big, slow curveball from Doug Davis. That's a pitch that Ted really uses very effectively when he's on the mound.
And flails at strike 3, and that ends the inning. The Cubs leave 2 after an inning and a half. Cubs 1, D-backs nothing.
McDonald's iced coffee comes in 3 delicious flavors: regular, vanilla, and hazelnut. Try one today.
First there is a mountain, then there is no mountain. First there is a mountain, then there is no mountain, then there is...
The 2008 Toyota RAV4. Rated at 27 miles per gallon, you're good to go. Anywhere. Visit your Toyota dealer and lease one now for just $239 a month. Toyota, a great way to keep moving forward.
Give your fences and deck a finish that lasts with Thompson's Water Seal Stain. It has a deep penetrating formula that resists mildew and UV damage. Semi-transparent or solid color is $10.79 a gallon after rebate. Keep your patio looking great with paver locking sand. It seals joints, prevents weed growth and insect infestation. Just sweep into the joints, spray with a hose, and enjoy the lasting results. Only $6.99 for a 50-pound bag.
Save big money at Menards.
Seriously, mornings just go better when you grab some breakfast.
Whatever.
Ow.
Start your day off right with any 2 McMuffin sandwiches for just $3. Now at McDonald's.
Cubs baseball is brought to you in part by Kia Motors. Kia, the power to surprise. Rico, move your ideas forward with Rico dependability. And by Nissan and your Nissan dealer.
Well, we're near the spring training home of the Cubs, which is in Mesa. Hasn't been a great return trip, however, for the Cubs. Losing the first 2 games of this series. Lost both games in October here last year to start the division series. The Cubs swept Arizona in May at Wrigley Field, so they still lead the season series with the final game here tonight. 3-2, and this is the final game against the West for the Cubs. They're 22-10 versus this division. Chris Young leading off, ball 1. It was Chris Young who hit the home run off Lilly in game 2 of that series in the postseason last year, and Ted showed his frustration, slammed his glove down on the ground. That's deep to left. Soriano back on it. It's over his head. Young charging hard to second. Now he'll pull up, standing with a double. Mention the struggles for Young against the Cubs. 154 in his career, but 4 home runs. And he picks up an extra base hit to start the second here.
Fastball up and out over the plate. Chris Young, a dead fastball hitter anywhere, in, out, up, down. Drove that ball over the head of Fonzie out there in left field. Played the carom off the wall, but with Young's speed, that's an easy double.
Now Tony Clark back with the Diamondbacks. He is 0 for 7 in 5 games. Mostly used as a pinch hitter. And Lilly fakes towards second.
That's a good thing. You got to keep an eye on the faster Diamondbacks runners, especially when they get to second base. We've talked about how slow Doug Davis is. We've talked about how slow Ted Lilly is. The base stealers will try to steal third base on both of these starting pitchers tonight.
Here comes Ted, and it's smothered by Soto. That game I was referring to, game 2 last year, Arizona won 8-4, and it was Doug Davis getting the victory over Ted Lilly.
That's another thing that kind of slows down the ball game when you have these two starting pitchers. Because they are slow to the plate, they have to pay a lot of attention to the base runners, and that tends to add a few minutes to the time of game.
Caught the outside corner on a fastball at 89. 1-1. All kinds of matinee action around baseball today. We'll get into the scores as we move along. 1-1. At the knees, a strike. 1-2. One note that really stood out to me, Bob, Greg Maddux started today for the Padres. He has now gone 14 straight starts without a win. He got a no decision in the Padres' 9-5 loss. Good play by DeRosa to keep that ball out of center. But during this stretch of 14 consecutive starts without a win, Maddox's earned run average is 4.54, which isn't great, but it's not terrible. That's tough to do. He hasn't won since May.
I think that says a lot more about the San Diego Padres offense than it does about Greg Maddox's ability to pitch.
Young holding up as Clark is thrown out by Terrio.
Nice play by the Riot. With Tony Clark running at home plate, you know you've got plenty of time to make this play. Ryan makes sure he's got a good grip on the ball, takes a little crow hop, checked the runner at second, and then still had plenty of time to throw out Clark at first base.
Second start of the series for Chris Snyder. Fastball in there.
I don't want to get into it on the air because it's not really fit for public consumption, but I had a long talk with Chris Snyder today about his injury, and I tried to make my point that I felt that getting hit on the big toe with a foul tip hurts a lot worse.
You did. I owe you some money then.
He was very specific about the pain that he endured. Well, Buddy admitted he had never taken one off the point of the big toe before, so I said, you've got that to look forward to. And then after you have that, you can tell me which one hurt worse.
I did read, again without getting too graphic, that the protective cup that he does wear, I guess it's made out of a harder material. That was the case for Michael Barrett after he suffered an injury a couple of years ago. You personally wonder if guys who haven't suffered an injury in that area might just go to that harder protective cup before it's too late.
I think that would be a good recommendation.
Popped up. Lee comes over and he makes the catch. 2 away.
Yeah, a lot more foul territory than you might imagine in an indoor ballpark, at least indoor when they have the roof closed. Derek Lee with plenty of room to roam over there in front of the first base dugout, and catches up to this little humpback pop up and makes the play.
Yeah, for a newer ballpark, there is a pretty good amount of foul territory. So now Ted can kind of do what he wants here against Burke with first base open, and the pitcher Davis a light hitter on deck. Burke hitting just 186. Young's going to take third base very easily without a throw. That's his 7th steal. 2 stolen bases in the first couple of innings for the D-backs.
Really not much Ted could do about it. You see how far split the DeRosa and Terrio are from the bag at second. They just basically conceded that base, allowing Young to advance on to third. Not really that huge of a factor unless you start thinking about that big breaking ball bouncing in the dirt, and then it's up to Giovanni Soto to make sure it doesn't get by.
The 2-1 on the way. Now 2-2. Burke, the former Houston Astro. At one time was the heir apparent at second base to Craig Biggio. Fouled back. Part of the problem is Biggio was able to hang around through last year, and that forced Burke to kind of move around the diamond. And then when Biggio retired, Houston signed Kaz Matsui, and that paved the way for Burke to be traded here. Still 2-2.
Well, Burke has been a nice fit for Bob Melvin in the way he likes to use his roster. He's played every position except catcher and center field.
Another 2-2 pitch, lofted to center, no problem for Johnson. And that's the inning. Young stranded at third after doubling to start the inning. It's still 1-0 Cubs to the third.
The best way to survive an accident is to avoid one altogether. The 2009 RX, offering 14 actively safe features. Right now, get 2.9% financing on the 2009 RX 350 at your Lexus dealer.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs.
Baseball fans and Comcast subscribers, Cubs and Sox games are now available on Comcast Sportsnet On Demand. Don't miss a second of your favorite team's games. Comcast cable subscribers just go to Digital Channel 999 and watch Cubs and Sox games on demand.
Hey everyone, Len Casper and Bob Brenly here.
How would you like to hit the links with us this summer?
Presenting the annual Swingin' Away with Len and Bob sweepstakes. You and a guest could win a round of golf with us at Cantini Golf in Wheaton.
To enter, log on to ComcastSportsNet.com and fill out an entry form.
The Swingin' Away with Len and Bob sweepstakes presented by the Chicago District Golf Association for everyone who plays the game.
The quest to get back to the Super Bowl starts in the sweltering heat of summer in 2-a-days at Bears Training Camp in Bourbonnais. And Comcast Sportsnet has it covered. From interviews on Chicago Tribune Live to the most in-depth news on Sports Night. Bears Training Camp reports every night on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Hey, Cubs fans, Cubs games are now on Comcast Sportsnet On Demand. Comcast customers go to Digital Channel 999, then look for Comcast Sportsnet and watch Cubs games on demand. Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Cubs games on demand, not available in all areas. If you just joined us, Alfonso Soriano activated from the disabled list prior to the game tonight. In the air to center, and Fonzie's 0 for 2. He struck out his first time. Now flying out to Chris Young. Here comes Ryan Theriot.
Yeah, you would assume Ryan's probably going to take till he gets a strike in this at bat. Alfonso Soriano swinging and making an out on the first pitch. You'd like to extend Doug Davis out there a little bit in this inning, so it falls upon Ryan Theriot's shoulders to take a couple of pitches here.
Both starting pitchers are from Northern California. Davis grew up an Oakland A's fan. He was born in Sacramento. Now lives in Scottsdale, Arizona. Bunted by Theriot. Davis picks it up, throws him out.
Good idea, not great execution, but a good idea. I think Ryan Theriot needs to do that once a week or so. At least show opposing teams that you'll try to drop down a bunt for a base hit. This one just gets too far back toward the mound, making an easy play for Doug Davis. Because what that will do is continue to draw those corner infielders in when Ryan Theriot takes his at-bats, and then he has the possibility of slapping the ball by him. I mean, we know Ryan doesn't bunt very often for a base hit, but I think it's good that he shows it once in a while.
Lee, also from Sacramento. He took Davis deep in the first inning. His 16th home run. Career homer 254. And while it was a slow trip, Derek hitting .329 in July. One hopper right to Ojeda. And the Cubs go down 1-2-3 for the first time. Bottom three. Lilly will face Davis, Drew, and Ojeda coming up.
The David Bruce Auto Center sells more new and used cars than anyone in the area. Hello, I'm Bruce Dickstein, and here are some reasons why.
A new 08 Pontiac G6 20th anniversary priced for only $14,988, and a new 08 Pontiac Grand Prix for only $18,775.
Remember, no one in the area sells more or gives you more for your trade.
And if credit has been a problem, see David Bruce for a second chance.
Hey Cubs fans, are you looking to get tickets to the hottest Cubs games this year? Visit Cubs.com and click on StubHub, the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of Cubs.com. Don't miss all the fun and excitement at the friendly confines with StubHub. There's always a ticket available to a Cubs game.
Show me what you tell me, now we sipping cold belly and we up inside the telly. Roll you jellies on your belly and that's right up on your pillow. Bobby all inside your middle. This got me flipping like hotcakes on the griddle.
Hey, yeah, there's this ATM surcharge rebate thingy on my statement.
Oh, that's a rebate for ATM fees
Charged to you by other banks. What?
Well, we just don't think you should have to pay to get your own money.
You don't.
Nope. That's why we rebate ATM fees on your lead checking account.
No matter whose ATM you use. I need a second, Gene. So I don't have to pay to get my own money.
It's not just banking, it's National City.
Tomorrow, tune into Comcast Sportsnet as Kosuke Fukudome and the Cubs try to reel in a win against Hanley Ramirez and the Marlins in HD, followed by Lowe's Cubs postgame live. Cubs Marlins in HD tomorrow at 7 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Sign up for a subscription to Vineline, the official monthly magazine of the Chicago Cubs. Vineline offers exclusive player features, team analysis, and minor league coverage. In print and now available online through the Cubs Club on Cubs.com. Visit the Cubs official website to order Vineline today. Doug Davis bats right-handed and he takes a strike. chokes up on the bat. Just 2 hits on the season. 0.73 in his major league career. Swung late, and he's down in the count, 1-2. A reminder, just a couple of lanes left for the Kerry Wood Strike Zone Celebrity Bowling Tournament and auction coming up Wednesday, August 6th. It's a 10-pin bowling lounge and Hotel Saks. Go to kerrywoodstrikezone.com for more information. Two and two. Proceeds will benefit the Organic School Project. Going to be a lot of fun. Davis stays alive. Struck him out on the curveball at 66 miles an hour. So 330 North State Street. That's coming up on Wednesday, August 6th. Hope you can make it. Again, benefiting the Organic School Project. There's some great auction items. We'll keep you posted on those in the coming days as well. Stephen Drew, the leadoff man, fouled out his first time, working on a 9-game hitting streak.
You're going to be the MC that night at the Kerry Wood Bowling Tournament. That should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Here's the first ball. It's in the pocket. That's a strike. We'll just hear you now. Play-by-play for bowling.
Right.
Yeah. Expand your horizons.
I love to bowl. I am really bad at it. There's nothing like bowling a strike.
I think I told you before, I'm better at the peripheral events that go along with bowling than I am
the
actually.
Beer frame?
Yeah, actually rolling the ball is not my forte, but I'm good at the rest of it. Eating and drinking.
Yeah, ordering a pizza.
Yeah.
Well, back home after this one for a 4-game homestand against the Florida Marlins. Or coming off a 9-4 loss at home against the Braves. They were down 9-0. They scored 4 times in the bottom of the ninth. Their offense has struggled lately. Tim Hudson beat Ricky Nolasco. But the Marlins are still 5 games over 500. Now full count on Drew. The Mets beat the Phillies 6-3. So the Mets and the Phillies are tied for first, and the Marlins still just a game out. Well, when 3 teams are in a race, you got to add up all the wins and losses. Sometimes it gets a little confusing. There's ball 4, a 1-out walk. And you think about the National League, Bob, every division going into play today, the lead was just a game. As we said earlier, the Dodgers lost to the Rockies 5-3, so Arizona's lead's now a game and a half, but a lot of very close races. Close over in the American League, the East and the Central. Not so much in the West, as the Angels have opened up a 10-game lead.
Obviously, the Angels have a very good ball club. They play good at home. They play good on the road. They're a solid fundamental team that can win games either swinging the bats or stealing bases. And Mike Scioscia has those guys firing on all cylinders right now.
Ojeda at the plate. And Lilly keeping a close watch on Drew. Arizona already with 2 stolen bases early on. Ted's trying to get to 10 wins. He would join Ryan Dempster and Carlos Zambrano, and they would form the only major league trio with 10 or more wins. Dempster has 11, Z with 10. Gio's going to head out. And tomorrow night we'll have game 1. The Marlins and the Cubs. Left-hander Scott Olson against Big Z should be a good matchup. Scott Olson's from Crystal Lake, Illinois.
Ted Lilly consistently missing up with his pitches here in this inning. Needs to just finish a little bit more, a little more bend in the back, a little more reaching out for that target. That'll get that ball down in the zone.
Two and one. With his next win, that would make 6 consecutive years with at least 10 wins for Lilly. His career best 15, which he has done each of his last 2 seasons. 06 with the Blue Jays and last year's first year with the Cubs. The pitch swung on and missed. 2-2. Is it just me, or is it really quiet in here?
It's really quiet in here. And, you know, a lot of times the Diamondbacks fans don't really get into the game until the Cub fans start to cheer. Then it gives them something to respond to. And the Cub fans really haven't had a lot to cheer about, save the solo home run in the first inning by Derek Lee. Of course, you can't expect the same atmosphere you get at Wrigley Field every day. That's something we're very, very spoiled.
Yes, we are. Went after the high pitch, and he popped it up into short center for Johnson. So with 2 outs, it'll be Connor Jackson, who singled and stole a base in the first inning. So did you get all the chores done at your home away from home before we head back to Chicago tonight?
I certainly hope so, because if I didn't, I'd be in the doghouse. Yeah, there wasn't that much to do.
Rake the rocks in the yard.
Yeah, just run a rake over the yard. You're good to go. Just hope I unplugged the iron and, you know, did all those things you're supposed to do before you leave the house. I think I took care of everything.
One 1-0 on Jackson. Big swing. That was a home run swing right there as we check in on the Menards Big Lumber stat. Jackson with a home run last night, 4 hits in the series, and he's knocked in 3. All the RBIs came in game 2.
Well, Connor Jackson is a guy that's not really well known outside of the Valley of the Sun here, but he's one of the best young hitters in the game and will continue to be so for a long time. More walks than strikeouts on the season, has really started to come into his own as a power hitter. He's always been a guy that would hit for a high average, but starting to pick his spots to turn on pitches this year.
A 2-1 from Lilly. Maybe overthrew that a bit. And it's 3-1. Jackson went to the University of California, Berkeley. He was born in Austin, Texas. Went to high school in Woodland Hills, California. Talk about a couple of hip spots around the country, Berkeley and Austin. Three and two. I have not been to Austin. I would love to go.
I think he's found a home here in Phoenix. And with a full count, 2 outs, Derek Lee will swing around behind Stephen Drew down there at first base. Well, now he's back on the bag. Initially, he was positioned behind Stephen Drew. Now he's holding on the bag.
And that's ball 4. So Ted has walked a couple in the inning.
Pitch count starting to creep up there for Ted Lilly. That was his 55th delivery of this game already here in the 3rd inning, and there's only 2 outs. Still needs to get 1 more.
And now Soto with the defensive signals.
Has to let his infielders know where he's going to throw the ball should the Diamondbacks attempt a double steal. And you would assume in this particular situation he's probably going to throw for the trail runner Connor Jackson.
Here we go. Swing and a miss.
Also, with a pull hitter at the plate like Mark Reynolds, you want your third baseman to hold his position. If you've got Aramis Ramirez breaking to cover third base, that gives the pull hitter Reynolds a big hole to shoot through on the left side. So that's why I'm guessing if they pull a double steal, Cubs will throw to second base.
No hits in the inning, 2 walks. Drew with 1 out, and then Jackson with 2. The 0-1 now to Reynolds. Went with a curveball, and it was a little low, 1-1. The Cubs' 1-game lead in the Central, the smallest since they led by a half game on May 26th. From May 31st through July 18th, the Cubs' lead was anywhere between 2.5 and 5.5 games. But Milwaukee continues to lead at St. Louis as they've gone to the 9th. It's 2-0 there. And if the Brewers win, the Cubs will have to win to remain in sole possession of first. Now it's only July 23rd. So there's a long way to go, but you'd like to be able to hang on to first as long as you can. Rather do that than play catch up. Swing and a miss. Lilly with that strikeout pitch to get out of the 3rd inning. 2 Ks in the frame, and it's still 1-0 after 3.
I'm an astrophysicist, a stargazer. But here's something cosmic I discovered on Earth. Sharp Solar. Their vision of a clean, solar-powered world began with their solar cells in a lighthouse in 1966. Since then, they have provided more solar energy around the globe than anyone else. From wineries to space satellites. From a lighthouse to your house. Change your power, change your planet. Sharp.
Built on a sports car platform with a more fuel-efficient 390 horsepower engine, the all-new Infiniti FX, defining the performance crossover, redefining luxury.
The quest to get back to the Super Bowl starts in the sweltering heat of summer in two-a-days at Bears training camp in Bourbonnais. And Comcast Sportsnet has it covered. From interviews on Chicago Tribune Live to the most in-depth news on Sports Night, Bears training camp reports every night on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Time now for the Aflac trivia question. Partner, you better know this one. True or false, the Diamondbacks outscored the Yankees in the 2001 World Series 37-14.
That sounds about right. I can't say for sure, but I'd say that's right. I know we had a big output in Game 6. And I know the Yankees didn't do too much, period.
We'll get the answer coming up.
I'll say that's right.
Okay. Bob Brenly goes with true. 2 strikes on Aramis.
All I know for sure is we scored one more than they did in Game 7.
Yes,
that's all that matters.
That is all that matters. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I think we talked about it earlier in the season. And Aramis strikes out 0 for 2. But the 1960 World Series was bizarre in that the Yankees had a bunch of blowout wins and the Pirates won all the close games. The Pirates won that series but were outscored. But again, nobody remembers or cares. They just gave an award for the most runs. That would be one thing. And if that were the case, the Cubs would be at the top of the major leagues. Their run differential 102 in the plus column. Long slow delivery of Doug Davis, called strike 3 to get Soto. 6 straight sent down by Davis. Hey fans, visit Cubs.com and click on the CBOE front row seats auction to bid on tickets in the front row behind home plate and along the first base line. The auction for the Pirates and Astros games the first week of August going on now. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action and cheer your favorite Cubs from the very front row. Kosuke with a slicing liner. Caught by Jackson. That's a very quick 1-2-3 Cubs fourth. Bottom 4, 1-0 Cubs.
On August 9th, 2008, at Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles, the next generation of baseball will be born. The Aflac All-American High School Baseball Game. Broadcast live at 3 p.m. Eastern, only on FSN.
Aflac! From creator Chris Carter.
Dr. Scully, I'm looking for Fox Mulder.
I don't work with Fox Mulder any longer.
Only a mystery this big.
He claims a psychic connection.
My visions were God's work. Maybe it's not God doing the sending.
Could bring them back together.
Scully?
This Friday,
Look into the darkness, Mulder.
they're back in the motion picture event that will make you believe.
Don't give up!
The X-Files, I Want to Believe. Rated PG-13, only in theaters.
What your engine feels, you feel. And when it's running clean, you feel it. Which is why we developed full synthetic Pennzoil Platinum with active cleansing agents to clean out up to 46% of sludge in the first oil change. That's 3 times better than the leading conventional oil. Pennzoil Platinum Motor Oil. Our ultimate clean for your ultimate feeling. Not just oil, Pennzoil.
Let's answer the Aflac trivia question, going back to that 0-1 World Series. True or false? The D-backs outscored the Yanks 37-14 in the 7 games. You are right on it.
It's true. It's true.
As you said, a big blowout. Really a couple. 9-1, 15-2. So the home team won them all. Well, you know what it tells you? The home field advantage can become a big factor. And this year, again, the American League will have home field.
And then coming back here to Arizona for this 3-game series, a chance to catch up with a lot of old friends and rehash old memories. And I tell you, one of the biggest memories I have of the World Series was how exciting it was for some of the guys who were at the tail end of their career to get an opportunity to compete in a World Series. I'm thinking about guys like Mike Morgan, the Mo Man. Pitched 3 games in the World Series, 4 2/3 innings, a shutout baseball. Bobby Witt, who on his drive back to Texas had to stop every 45 minutes to get out of his car because he had herniated discs in his back. He got to pitch in a World Series game. Troy Brohan, who was our left-handed specialist out of the bullpen throughout the 0-1 season, held Barry Bonds to 0 for 10. And some of those 10 at-bats were huge. Danny Batista, a guy who hit close to 600 in the series.
Soriano's watching it in the corner. It didn't get out. Young racing to second. He has 2 doubles. Looked like Soriano thought that ball might have gotten out. Now the fence goes up a little bit, and that one little corner right near the bullpen, and the ball stayed in. Played a little pinball.
Well, they have their own version of the well out there in left field, out near that Diamondbacks bullpen. Young jumps all over that high pitch. Right there in that area where it goes back into the corner, kind of a 2-cushion bank shot right there. Young with his second double of the ball game.
So it's Tony Clark. This is his same spot Ted Lilly was in back in the second, and he got out of it. Well, speaking of veterans, how about Mark Grace getting to the World Series in 2001?
Yeah, led off that 9th inning of Game 7. He was the guy we would have picked to lead off that inning if we had our choice, because you knew he was either going to get a base hit or a walk or get hit by a pitch. Somehow he was going to make it happen.
That is deep the other way. Kosuke doesn't have a play. It's a home run. A 2-run shot for Tony Clark. That's his first hit back with the Diamondbacks after being acquired from the Padres. Kosuke looked like he might have had a play on it, but I think he was just deking the runner. He knew that ball was going to be over his head.
Belvedere going downtown, home run replay. Not a poor pitch outside corner of the plate, but Tony Clark with tremendous plate coverage able to get the barrel of the bat on the ball and ride it out of here to right center field.
So a go-ahead 2-run homer for Clark. They got him just 5 days ago from the Padres. Brought him back to be a pinch hitter off the bench. Had some veteran leadership in the clubhouse. And to make an occasional start or two. And he has hit a big home run. Curveball strike on Snyder. Not quite sure about Kosuke on that play. He didn't go all the way to the fence, and maybe he thought he was going to have to play the carom and knew that he couldn't get all the way back there. As it turned out, it didn't really matter.
Well, Kosuke's had pretty good judgment this year, knowing when to pursue a ball all the way to the wall and when he should back off and play the rebound. I think he thought perhaps with Chris Young at second base he couldn't immediately go. He had to kind of hold up a little bit, and I think Kosuke thought if he played the carom perfectly they could hold him at third base.
I thought I saw him look back toward the infield as that ball was sailing over his head. We'll get another look.
Kind of an awkward swing by Tony Clark, stepping in the bucket. There you see Kosuke looks up, looks back at the infield. I think he was just preparing, or at least try to anticipate where he was going to throw the ball, what the play was going to be if it did hit the wall, but unfortunately he didn't have that option.
Chris Burke fly to center his first time.
Well, you saw that peek out of the corner of his eye by Chris Burke, seeing where Aramis Ramirez was positioned. You know, sometimes a third baseman will play in as the batter gets in the box and assumes his stance, and then as a pitcher goes into his delivery, you'll see the third baseman back up 3 or 4 steps. Or just the opposite. You play back early, let the batter see you playing back, and then as the pitcher starts to deliver, the third baseman creeps in even with the baseline, trying to bait the hitter into trying to bunt for a base hit.
Lily's 2-1, smacked into center. They've gone to the bottom of the 9th in St. Louis. Brian Braun with his 25th home run in the top of that inning, and it's now 3-0 Brewers. Well, you think about what CC Sabathia has done. 8 innings tonight, just 3 hits allowed, and I think he's going to try to complete it. Rich Harden has given up just 1 run in his first 2 starts with the Cubs. Bunted by Davis, foul. With a little trip up there as Soto was trying to get around Davis. If Sabathia completes that one tonight, it would be his 3rd consecutive complete game. He kind of stepped on him. Cubs will see Sabathia Monday night. Ted Lilly will make his next start to begin that big Brewers series in Milwaukee.
Talking about Sabathia and Harden, and our good buddy Jason Stark writing for the Baseball America this week's edition. And talking about teams, obviously everybody pursues pitching at the trade deadline. That seems to be the hottest commodity every year. But the last 2 starting pitchers that were acquired at midseason to win a World Series game, Jeff Weaver in 2006 and Mike Torres going all the way back to the 1977 Yankees.
Wow. Davis gets the bunt down, and Lee will throw to the second baseman. DeRosa covering first.
And then he takes it a step further. The last 2 pitchers that were traded on deadline day itself to win any kind of a postseason game at all were Oliver Perez for the 2006 Mets and David Stormy Weathers for the 1996 Yankees. So everybody's trying to add that extra arm, whether it be in the rotation or the bullpen, but it doesn't always guarantee that you're going to get into the postseason.
We will have that series opener next Monday night right here on Comcast Sportsnet. $7 Central Time. Now CC Sabathia, the first pitcher to be traded the year after winning the Cy Young Award since Roger Clemens in 1999. Felco upcoming schedule, runner going and easily getting to third. That's the 2nd time that's happened with 2 outs in an inning. This time it's Chris Burke. Clemens won the Cy Young in '98 with the Blue Jays and then was traded to the Yankees in '99. Backing up Lee. He'll flip to Lilly, and the inning is over, but Tony Clark with a 2-run homer, his 2nd home run of the year, his 1st this season with Arizona, and it's now 2-1 for the home team.
It's on everybody's mind these days. So trade up to better fuel economy now at the Chevy Model Year-End event with a fuel-efficient 08 Chevy. Get $2,500 total purchase cash on all 2008 Chevy Equinox models. Equinox has earned 5-star frontal and side impact crash test ratings. Log on now to ChevyDealer.com.
With a new season comes new hope, a clean slate. And the quest to get back to the Super Bowl starts in the sweltering heat of summer in 2-a-days at Bears training camp in Bourbonnais. As the Bears hit the gridiron to gear up for the 08 season, Comcast Sportsnet is there every step of the way. From interviews on Chicago Tribune Live to the most in-depth news on Sports Night.
When camp's over, hope to be a starter.
Don't miss Bears training camp reports every night on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Comcast Sportsnet's action-packed weekend begins Friday at 5:30 with Chicago's premier sports talk show, Chicago Tribune Live, with host David Kaplan. Saturday at 5:30, it's a central title bout in the Motor City as the White Sox try to tame the Tigers. Sunday at 12:30, suit up in the blue as the Cubs ignite Wrigleyville as they try and reel in a win against the Florida Marlins. And at 6:30, 10 at midnight, don't miss Sports Night. It's an action-packed weekend only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Cubs Brewers, Sox Twins, Monday through Thursday on Comcast Sportsnet.
Cubs baseball is brought to you in part by Aflac. Ask about it at work. And by the Toyota Tundra. Visit whytundra.com to find out why the Toyota Tundra is a great way to keep moving forward.
2-1, Arizona leading. Tony Clark with a home run, and great to see a lifelong Cubs fan, a former Chicago police officer, Jerry Kucharski, and his sister Bernadette Jacobus here at the ballpark. Jerry, now a Chase Field security team member, and had recovered from a recent operation, and we send our best wishes out to Jerry. Well, it's over in St. Louis, 3-0. The Brewers with a win, and CC Sabathia with his third consecutive complete game victory. So the standings are up to date. The Cardinals are 2.5 out. Milwaukee just a half game back, and they'll still play another game tomorrow night. The Brewers will go for the 4-game sweep. This is foul off to the right. That's 7 straight wins for the Brewers. And Bob, the big change for them, when you're thinking big picture, is that they're winning on the road. They're now a game over 500 away from Miller Park. That had been a huge problem for them in the past.
Yeah, much like it's been a problem for the Cubs throughout this season to try to find a way to be more consistent on the road, especially offensively.
Hit hard and through the hole on the left side. A base hit for DeRosa. Now Reed Johnson. Pirates beat the Astros 8-7. They swept that series. It was the Pirates' first road sweep of the season. I mentioned Cincinnati over the Padres 9-5. Adam Dunn with his 29th home run, one of 3 homers hit by the Reds. Padres hit a couple. Kuzmanoff and Garrett. Glendon Rush got the win for the Rockies over the Dodgers 5-3. Brian Fuentes with his 102nd save. That tied the club record for the Rockies. So he is now tied with Jose Jimenez on their all-time list. Fly ball deep left center. Jackson back on this ball, and he's not going to get it. It's going to bounce over. It'll be a double. Ground rule double. So second and third with nobody out. Reed Johnson put a charge into that baseball. So the Cubs, who trail for the first time, are threatening with Ted Lilly coming up.
Well, hitters talk all the time about getting extension, and sometimes when you get fooled a little bit by a breaking ball, that's when you get your best extension. And that time Reed Johnson really got out there and poked that ball into the gap in left center field. Unfortunately got up and out. I think DeRosa would have had a chance to score on that ball if it stays in the ballpark. Quick meeting between Ted Lilly and third base coach Mike Quaddy. Diamondbacks will bring their infield in with the pitcher Lilly at the plate, assuming he's not going to hit it hard enough to drive it through the infield.
Tying run at third, go ahead run at second, and no outs. And after Lilly, it's Alfonso Soriano back in the lineup off the DL. Blocked by Snyder.
Snyder taking a long time to regroup. Not sure exactly where that one got him. He did a nice job of blocking it, keeping it in front, but sometimes it doesn't always hit padded areas.
High bouncer, and it's over the third baseman Reynolds. Tie game. DeRosa's in. Perfectly placed by Ted Lilly. Ted Lilly poked his head into his manager's office about 2.5 hours prior to the game tonight, and he said, you know, I have a feeling about tonight, talking about his prowess at the plate, kind of a half smile. Maybe that's what he was talking about.
Oh, this is a thing of beauty right here. Ball actually looked like it hit in foul territory near home plate, but hit that hard dirt. Watch that first hop over the head of Mark Reynolds at third base, past the shortstop Stephen Drew. Ted Lilly with an RBI to tie up the ball game.
And now you think big inning. First and third, no outs, top of the order. It's tied 2-2. The Diamondbacks will take a double play and give up a run. Nobody going as Snyder quickly got to that ball.
Boy, that's one where you wish you had a position player running at first base right there, because if the runner at first breaks right away, Chris Snyder's going to have a tough decision to make, whether to try to throw that ball to second base and risk Reed Johnson coming home from third, or do you hold the ball and let two runners get into scoring position? But because it's Ted Lilly running at first base, no decision to make.
Three straight hits to start the inning. Overall this year, the Cubs 33-18 with Soriano in the lineup, 25-24 without him. 1-2. First action since he was injured on June 11th, hit by a pitch, suffered a broken bone in his left hand. He has 8 game-winning RBIs. That's one off the team lead of 9, despite missing basically 8 weeks of DL time this year. And he has a chance for a go-ahead RBI here. Broke his bat. The throw will go to first base. He gets an RBI as Johnson scores, and it's 3-2. The Cubs get both runs right back. After the Clark home run in the 4th gave Arizona a 1-run lead. 2 quick ones here from the Cubs in the 5th.
Smile from Alfonso Soriano. Not exactly what he was hoping to do in that situation, but it'll work. Ball was hit too slowly for Reynolds to try to turn the double play. The only play he had was at first. And in the meantime, Reed Johnson crosses the dish to give the Cubs the lead.
Fonzie talking with head athletic trainer Mark O'Neill as Doug Davis wants a new baseball after that one got away from him. Terrio came in at 328, 5th in the batting race in the NL. He's 0 for 2. He's had a great trip, hitting .474 coming in with 3 walks. Ted Lilly on his way to third, and he's going to get there. Nicely done. It's his 2nd career stolen base. That's what I'm talking about.
That's just heads-up baseball right there. And the Cubs are very fortunate. They've got 3 guys in their rotation with Ted Lilly, Jason Markey, and Carlos Zambrano that aren't content just to stand on the mound and execute pitches. They want to be ball players.
A late slide there by Lilly. So he has tied his career high in stolen bases with 1.
About 1 every 12 months he's good for.
Infield in. 3-1 pitch, fouled off, 3-2. Ground ball, diving stop, throw's going to go to first. Lilly will score. Back-to-back groundouts, but RBIs for Soriano and Terrio, 4-2. Nice play by Drew to keep Terrio from a base hit, but he doesn't keep the Cubs from getting their 4th run.
Oh, not only good base running by Ted Lilly to steal that bag at third, but he was off on contact. Stephen Drew, after diving and fielding that ball, took a look at home plate, but because Lilly got such a good jump down the line at third, he decided he had no play at the plate.
This is Reynolds. Bad throw, but Clark was able to get it on the bounce. Big inning for the Cubs. They plate 3, and they now have their biggest lead of the night, 2 runs.
I'm feeling fine. Whenever you shine, I wish you were here to shine.
They say the sun shines a little brighter in Florida. See why. With over 50 daily flights from Chicago Midway to the Sunshine State, Southwest is taking low fares farther. Go to southwest.com/Florida to book your trip today.
You are now free to move about the country. We have a code blue.
Code what?
Code blue.
Code blue. Code blue. Code blue.
Divide by the total sales, you'll see how we came up with the 10%.
Code blue.
Code blue.
The cold activated bottle from Coors Light. The mountains on the label turn blue when your beer is as cold as the Rockies.
Code what?
Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
The Arby's Rescue Brigade trains for the 2-for-4 beef and cheddar deal.
Arby's beef and cheddar, now 2 for 4. Arby's beef and cheddar, now 2 for 4. Gotta come right in and get some more. Gotta come right in and get some more. Beef and cheddar tastes oh so nice, and 2 for 4 is one great price. 2
for 4 beef and cheddars? Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Arby's is saving the world from ordinary fast food with our 2 for $4 deal on the beef and cheddar. Made with our classic roast beef and smothered in savory cheddar cheese sauce. A deal so delicious you'll say, I'm thinking Arby's.
Time now for a Buick Pontiac GMC Sports Update.
Mark Shanowski invited to join us for Sports Night. Following post-game live, we'll have a report from Bears training camp. Pro Bowl kick returner Devin Hester is holding out, looking for a new contract. Hester still has 2 years left on the rookie deal he signed back in '06, but says he deserves a significant raise after returning 12 kicks for touchdowns in his first 2 seasons. Much more on that story later, but now back to Len and Bob at Chase Field.
Thanks, Mark. The Cubs have a 2-run lead, and the catalyst offensively has been the pitcher.
Yeah, how about that? You mentioned it. Ted Lilly stuck his head in Lou's office and said, I got a feeling I'm going to make something happen tonight. Well, he sure did in that last half inning.
Came up with a Big base hit, a stolen base, and a run. You know, he's back to doing his main gig. That's to pitch. Facing Augie Ojeda. And he's behind in the count, 2-0. Deep breath by Lilly. Here he comes in the dirt, 3-1. Ted 1-2 lifetime against the Diamondbacks, but a strong 2.74 ERA. Beat him at Wrigley Field on May 9th. 3-1 the final, 7 innings, 1 run, 3 hits. He walked 2 and struck out 10. Ball 4, and that's a leadoff walk. Never a good omen, especially when you walk the 2-hitter with the heart of the order coming up.
We had some laughs about Ted Lilly's offensive prowess and stealing a base and scoring a run, but sometimes, especially when you get into the pitch range that he's in right now, he's thrown 87 pitches in this game, and sometimes that trip around the bases takes a little more out of you than you might think. Ted could really use a quick pitch inning here. Maybe get a ground ball double play swiftly from Connor Jackson and then retire Mark Reynolds, get his team back up to the plate. As I mentioned, up to 87 pitches already here in the bottom half of the 5th inning.
A lot of throws over there to first, but considering what the D-backs have done tonight, they've stolen 3 bases. It's key for Ted to at least watch a guy like Ojeda, who has not attempted a stolen base this year. Arizona with just 35 steals all season. Way down near the bottom in the rankings, 14th in the NL coming in. And Ojeda will take second base. So after 3 throws to first base, the first pitch ends up squirting away from Soto, and Ojeda gets second anyway.
Just a little short hop right in front of Giovanni Soto. I think he thought he had picked that ball cleanly out of the dirt. He looked up to check the runner, and when he reached down into his glove, the ball wasn't there. You talk about the Diamondbacks' lack of stolen bases this year. A lot of that has to do with the fact that Eric Burns has spent most of the season on the disabled list. He stole 50 last year.
Slicing drive to right, and the Diamondbacks are going to get a run here as Ojeda will jog home. Jackson's coming around second base, tripped a little bit, stayed on his feet, and he gets to third. Might have tweaked something as he went around second base. Tying runs now at third with no outs. Might have caught a spike on the dirt as he got around second.
6 triples on the year already for Connor Jackson. Just a little slicing liner down into that right field corner. He's all right around first base. He picks up his third base coach Chip Hale.
You know what? I think it was trying to locate second.
I think you're absolutely right. He looked at the third base coach and didn't pick up the bag at second quickly enough. He had to alter his steps in order to hit the bag, and that threw him off balance.
Yeah, he had those long strides. He had to shorten them up to find the bag. So it's Reynolds with a score now 4-3. They're back up the middle, in at the corners, swing and a miss. Well, Reynolds and Young are strikeout candidates, and Ted Lilly sure could use a couple here.
I really think Aramis Ramirez ought to be playing a lot deeper than he is right now at third base. We talked earlier in the game about Mark Reynolds. He's a dead pull hitter when he gets a ball from the middle of the plate in. Very little chance that Reynolds is going to attempt a bunt for a base hit, and if that's the side of the field that he normally hits the ball hard to, you should play as deep as you possibly can. I doubt if Jackson's going to be going on contact anyway with nobody out in the inning.
A 1-2 pop foul. Well, when the Cubs got here Monday night, they arrived to play a team that had not been consistent for a couple of months. The Diamondbacks haven't won 3 straight since mid-May. Swing and a miss. 1 out. Reynolds has struck out all 3 times.
Boy, the last strikeout against Reynolds came on a fastball. This time Ted Lilly just overpowers him with another high 80s fastball.
Middle guys will now move in a little bit with 1 out in the inning. And Young at the plate. 2 doubles, a steal, and a run for Young. Last time the Diamondbacks won more than 2 straight, May 13th through the 16th, when they won 4 in a row. But what we've seen so far from this team in this series, it looks a lot like the team we saw in October last season. One and one.
Just keep spinning them up there with a base open right here. Chris Young at the plate, a double play candidate, and Tony Clark in the on deck circle. I'd be really surprised if Ted Lilly gives Chris Young a fastball anywhere he can get the bat on it. May show him a fastball at some point in the sequence just to change his eye level or give him a speed to gauge, but I think he's going to go after him with a lot of off speed stuff.
That was a heater that was up. Way up, 2-1. Lilly has really labored the last 2 innings. Ramirez is going to throw to the plate. They have Jackson caught in a rundown. Throw to Lilly. And he gets him. He's going to throw to second. And Young just got back.
It took a little too long to execute this rundown right here. Giovanni Soto had him moving full speed, but Jackson broke up his steps, was able to change direction. Too many throws, and you never want your pitcher to end up with the baseball at the end of a rundown if you can avoid it at all. That's a very unnatural throw for Ted Lilly from where he was on the diamond to try to throw to second base to get Chris Young. You hope he comes out of that one okay.
5-2, 5-1 to get Jackson. So a chance to get out of the inning while maintaining the lead. Last time Clark came up, his team was down 1. He hit a 2-run homer. That was in the 4th. We're now in the 5th, and it's 4-3 Cubs. And they have Lilly picked off, Tag applied by Ramirez, and they get out of the inning. Diamondbacks trying to take third base with 2 outs. A little sneak attack against Lilly, but he caught him that time. Arizona gets 1 on the RBI triple by Jackson, but this ends the inning. Nice sliding play by Aramis.
They come to Applebee's on family night and game night and girls' night out. Especially now, because for a limited time only, we're bringing back Applebee's 3-course classic starting at $9.99. Choose 3 full courses, entree, appetizer, and dessert. 3-course classic starting at just $9.99. Not Tuesdays or Fridays, but every day at Applebee's. It's a whole new neighborhood.
Tonight, do the mojito with the refreshingly cool taste of the Bacardi Mojito.
Morning, Mike.
Morning, Bill.
Morning.
Morning.
I think I might need some better brakes.
You need our Midas Secure Stop brake service.
Is that something new?
Brand spanking.
Really?
Yeah. Exceptional stopping power combined with the security of a 55-point brake inspection.
And the pads are lifetime guaranteed.
So next time this one.
That's why we call it Secure Stop.
Trust the Midas touch.
Thursday on Chicago Tribune Live, we'll preview the Cubs game as they prepare to take on the Marlins at Wrigley. Plus, the voice of the Bears, Jeff Joniak, will join us from Bourbonnais. All that and more Thursday at 5:30.
Four-3 Cubs. That was an eventful 5th. The Cubs got 3 to retake the lead. Arizona scored 1 in the bottom of the inning, but they had a runner at third, the tying run, with no outs, and couldn't get him in. The Ilfer has reached 25 consecutive at-bats for Ramirez. He made a nice defensive play to help out his pitcher as they nailed Chris Young at third base. That's a strike, 2-1. Got an email from Scott Bertrand. Cubs fan says he thinks Ramirez's batting stance has changed, looks to be more straight up, hands closer to his body. Could this be causing his struggles? Well, Scott, my guess would be any tweaks you've seen in the batting stances to try to get him out of it.
That's one of the first things that a hitting coach and a hitter will do when they start to struggle at the plate a little bit is get some videotape of a time when he was swinging the bat really well and then compare it side by side with what he's doing right now.
Out in front, he pulled it foul.
You know, and if there are any glaring differences, it's very easy to spot. If there are subtle differences, you have to look a little closer, sometimes break it down frame by frame by frame. I espoused the opinion last night. I think he's just not tracking the ball well. He sees it out of the pitcher's hand, but he's not following it all the way into the hitting zone.
Charged by Reynolds, bad throw, and Aramis is in. We'll see how they call it. Come on, give him a hit. It's a base hit.
This is the play that ended that last half inning. Chris Young stole third base back in the second, but what a great play this time by Aramis Ramirez. You see, he lost his footing, but he slides his left leg over in front of the bag right there as he applies the tag to make sure that Chris Young couldn't get to the base. That's a great defensive play under tough circumstances, losing your footing over there in front of the bag.
Soto sends it in the air. Over is Burke. He's going to slide, and he caught it. He went out of view for a moment. A sliding catch on the side warning track for the first out, as Ramirez holding up at first base. That's a nice catch.
Well, that's a really nice catch right there. Outfielders, corner outfielders, when they get over there next to that barrier, they'll go into a slide to protect themselves. You can use that lead leg to kind of push off of the wall as you get over there close to it. And Chris Burke, as I mentioned, is a guy that's played all over the diamond for Bob Melvin this year. That's a nice play.
You talk about adding insult to injury. They put on a huge scoreboard base hit for Aramis, and then about 8 seconds later they changed their mind. They've given Reynolds an error. So instead of saying goodbye to the Oford, now reaches 26 at bats.
You know, scoring a run will take some of the sting out of that offer, though. If you find a way to get around the bases and get on the plate, at least you feel like you're contributing to hopefully a Cubs win.
Nice job with the footwork by Matt Sinatro. He has dropped a lot of weight. Cubs first base coach looking good. Just into the seats. Still 2 strikes. Fukudome hitting 6th. 0 for 1 with a walk. So thanks to that email. Thanks to Scott Bertrand for that email. Scott from Manteno, Illinois. We also got one from Ryan George in Hoffman Estates. Nothing about the batting stance, but rather the pants. The high socks for Ramirez. Maybe he needs to change it up again. This is maybe 1 up, 1 down. Just anything to help.
That's the key, knowing when to change. It's worked pretty well for him until this most recent streak. Yeah, it might be time to hike him back down again.
Well, you know why Davis is throwing over there, because Ramirez looks faster. The high socks, that's what all of his friends tell him. Kosuke laid off the breaking ball. 2-2.
Well, before we get much later in this ball game, Scott Air wanted me to be sure and say hello to his wife Laura and the kids Caleb and Jacob. I imagine it's getting pretty close to their bedtime back in Chicago, but he wanted them to know he's thinking about him. He's happy to be back in uniform and active.
Tried the front door breaking ball and didn't get it. 3-2. Davis has always pitched well against the Cubs. Going back to his days with the Brewers, he's 7-5 in his career with a 3.39.
Well, Ramirez might actually be on the move this time with a full count to Kosuke Fukudome, 1 out in the inning. Possibly stay out of the double play if Kosuke can find a gap. Maybe chase Ramirez all the way around.
And he's going to pick him off. Not a great throw by Clark, but he had plenty of time to Drew to get Ramirez. Well, there's been a lot of action on the bases for both teams tonight. Stolen bases and caught stealings and rundowns.
That's not the time to get picked off right there. You play that one like a hit and run if you're the base runner at first base. You're not really trying to get a jump and steal the base. You just want to make sure that pitcher delivers the ball home. Then you make your break for second, and it's up to the hitter to put the ball in play or take ball 4.
There's ball 4 to Kosuke, so he takes over for Ramirez. Get Chicago sports news nightly on Land Rover Sports Night coming up tonight after Cubs post-game live. A Bears offensive juggernaut decides to hold out. Plus full Cubs and Sox recaps. Join Gail Fisher for Land Rover Sports Night tonight after Cubs post-game live only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
I'm having a little bit of a hard time grasping why NFL players even sign contracts, because every year there's a half a dozen or more guys that want to renegotiate a contract they signed the year before in good faith. I don't get that.
Yeah, contracts don't seem to mean a whole lot. I just spotted a bird flying around, even though we're indoors tonight. That's going to happen on occasion in a retractable roof stadium. Doesn't know where to go.
Well, there used to be a, call it a dove. I personally thought it was a pigeon. They nicknamed it Guillermo, that lived here at the ballpark, had a nest up in the rafters and used to fly around. I'm not sure where Guillermo went to. That wasn't him flying across the field we just saw.
I think they're going to just open the roof from a couple of feet, let the bird fly on his way.
So let him out, huh?
Well, they do have panels that they can occasionally open. You wouldn't want to do it with the hot temperatures tonight. Still 2-2 the count on DeRosa. Cubs got the lead in the first on a Derek Lee home run. Then Tony Clark with a 2-run shot in the fourth. The Cubs followed that up with 3 in the fifth. Ted Lilly in the middle of things with an RBI single, a stolen base, and a run. Grounder to short. Drew will take the short play. That's to second for Ojeda. Kosuke is forced, and the Cubs done in the sixth. Bottom six, 4-3 Cubs.
Nissan set out to create the perfect on-road vehicle, and in the process, created a category. Introducing 2 crossover leaders from Nissan. The redesigned Murano, awarded as an IIHS top safety pick. And the new Rogue, named 2008's best new small crossover. Lease Murano, $299 a month. Rogue, $229 a month. Don't follow the leader, own one. At your Nissan dealer now.
Tomorrow, tune into Comcast Sportsnet as Kosuke Fukudome and the Cubs try to reel in a win against Hanley Ramirez and the Marlins in HD, followed by Lowe's Cubs postgame live. Cubs Marlins in HD tomorrow at 7 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
With a new season comes new teams late, and the quest to get back to the Super Bowl starts in the sweltering heat of summer in 2 days at Bears training camp in Bourbonnais. As the Bears hit the gridiron to gear up for the 08 season, Comcast Sportsnet is there every step of the way. From interviews on Chicago Tribune Live to the most in-depth news on Sports Night.
When camp's over, hope to be a starter.
Don't miss Bears training camp reports every night on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Thursday on Chicago Tribune Live, we'll preview the Cubs game as they prepare to take on the Marlins at Wrigley. Plus, the voice of the Bears, Jeff Joniak, will join us from Bourbonnais. All that and more Thursday at 5:30.
Baseball fans and Comcast subscribers, Cubs and Sox games are now available on Comcast Sportsnet On Demand. Don't miss a second of your favorite team's games. Comcast cable subscribers just go to digital channel 999 and watch Cubs and Sox games on demand.
Cubs Brewers, Sox Twins, Monday through Thursday on Comcast Sportsnet.
Now the Coors Light freeze cam. Ryan Theriot at the plate trying to add some insurance, and he was able to do that. Drew with a diving stop. Ted Lilly looking back. Drew thought about throwing to the plate, made the right decision to throw to first as the Cubs got their 4th run. Freeze cam feels good here in Arizona, doesn't it?
It sure does.
Clark was at the plate when Young was caught stealing. At third base, made the final out of the 5th. You have two teams that don't run that much, but it's been contagious tonight. Everybody's trying to take an extra bag.
Well, we kind of anticipated that at the top of the show with two guys who are very slow in their deliveries to home plate. They feature a lot of off-speed pitches. Well, that's usually when teams will try to be a little bit more aggressive on the base paths.
The Cubs are 1-4 on this trip. They've lost 5 of their last 6. And if they look up at the scoreboard, the out-of-town scores, they will see that Milwaukee won again. And they're now just a half game out. Golfed foul by Clark. Two-two pitch. He's run it full. Got an email from Olivia Govert in LaPorte, Indiana. Kind of an interesting birthday wish to Joe Hannon from his pet pig Chops. Okay.
Whatever it takes.
Oink.
Yeah.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. 5th strikeout for Lilly.
Well, Ted Lilly has thrown a lot of off-speed stuff in this game, but a lot of his strikeouts have come on fastballs that sit at 88 or 89 miles an hour. He's blown away Mark Reynolds 3 times in this game, and that time Tony Clark swings right through a fastball. You talk about it all the time, Len. Sometimes guys that pitch backwards, they throw a lot of off-speed pitch stuff to set up their fastball, as opposed to most pitchers who use their fastball primarily to set up their off-speed pitches.
Chad Godin and Neil Kotz.
I think Ted Lilly has a lot of the Diamondbacks hitters looking for that big curveball or perhaps the backdoor slider, and he's sneaking that fastball by him.
Speaking of using off-speed to set up the fastball, Chad from South Bend, Indiana, wanted us to explain the difference between an 89-mile-an-hour fastball and an 89-mile-per-hour changeup in discussing Rich Harden the other night. And he signed it confused in South Bend. Good question. Well, you have a changeup grip, which is very different from a fastball grip. I suppose you could say if a guy throws a heater at 96 and then throws another quote fastball at 89, you could call it a changeup, as Lilly has struck out the first 2 of the 6th inning. But it does tell you about how Rich Harden likes to change things up with each of his pitches. He throws his changeup pretty hard, and he'll take a little off his fastball.
Another fastball strike that time from Ted Lilly. And most of the time a changeup, even an 89-mile-an-hour changeup, will have some movement. A fastball at 89 usually is going to hold its path to the catcher's glove. You're not going to see a lot of downward movement unless somebody really throws a power sinker.
Bunted foul by Chris Burke. I want to give a shout out to all the posters on the Cubs.com message board. Check in every once in a while. Hopefully everybody's feeling a little better about this team, leading 4-3 here in the 6th. It's been a tough trip. Cubs lost the first 2 in Houston before winning Sunday, and they have lost the first 2 here, and they lead 4-3 in the season series finale against the Diamondbacks. Both teams in first place. Who knows? We might see another rematch in October. Couple in tight on Burke.
That's all right. If you're going to miss coming inside, make sure you miss further inside. You don't want to leave that ball hanging over the inside part of the plate where Chris Burke could get a cheap home run down that left field line.
High bouncer right to Ramirez. Not a good inning for Ted Lilly. Shutdown inning. They go 1, 2, 3, and off to the 7th we move. It's 4-3 Cubs.
Get on the fast track to your dreams with AT&T Advanced TV, which offers a wide selection of programming and more HD channels than cable. Plus, get $50 cash back with qualifying AT&T Advanced TV plans, DVR included. TV could be a channel to where you want to be.
Are you working on your research?
Of course. AT&T is a proud sponsor of the U.S. Olympic team.
I see skies of blue.
Some people feel it knowing they're covered wherever they go. Others experience it through the joy of exertion. While some find it in the support of people who care. It's wellness. And at Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois, yours means the world to us. Because when it all comes together, we want to give you the freedom to experience wellness everywhere.
What a wonderful world.
Hey everyone, Len Casper and Bob Brenly here.
How would you like to hit the links with us this summer?
Presenting the annual Swingin' Away with Len and Bob sweepstakes. You and a guest could win a round of golf with us at Cantini Golf in Wheaton.
To enter, log on to ComcastSportsNet.com and fill out an entry form.
The Swingin' Away with Len and Bob sweepstakes presented by the Chicago District Golf Association for everyone who plays the game. Everything's a hit at Harry Carey's legendary Italian steakhouse, voted best steakhouse in Chicago, located in Chicago, Rosemont or Lombard. Call 773 Holy Cow or visit harrycareys.com for reservations. Reed Johnson is going to start the 7th. Ted Lilly emptied the tank and maybe had his best inning of the night in the 6th. 2 strikeouts and then got Burke on a ground out through 115 pitches and he's done. Ronnie Cedeno will bat for him after Johnson. And the 115 pitches is a new season high. Getting congrats from the bench coach Alan Trammell.
Oh, and you're right. I think he saved some of his best for last. You know, those veteran pitchers, to use a horsemanship term, they sniff the barn. They realize what their pitch count is and where they're at in the lineup. And Ted Lilly realized that was going to be his last inning of work, and he threw some of his best fastballs of the night.
Johnson flying out. First time he's been retired, and here's Ronnie Cedeno pinch hitting for Lilly. I like that horsemanship.
I'm not sure what word I was looking for
that
there,
works.
but you know, people that ride horses, you know, and you go out for a nice jog through the woods with your horse, and you get back close to the farm and the horse sniffs that barn, he's going to the barn. He doesn't care where you want to go, he's going to the barn.
The 4 horsemen. I knew what you meant. I liked it.
And Ted Lilly was headed to the barn.
We not only use big words, we invent them.
Well, where do you think all these words came from? Somebody had to invent them.
Somebody had to come up with it.
That's right.
This will probably be it for Davis this 7th inning because his spot due up to lead off the bottom of the inning. 2 quick outs.
On Sunday, the Cubs host the Marlins at Wrigley Field. Game time is 1:20, but be sure to get there early. The first 6,000 fans will receive a Cubs floppy hat, compliments of comment.
Soriano with an RBI his last time up. That gave the Cubs a 3-2 lead. Wide for ball one. Got under one. And it's the center fielder Young to make the catch. That'll most likely be it for Davis. They'll stretch here in AZ. It's 4-3 Cubs.
Chronic body odor ruins lives. Hi. As a former make-believe doctor, there's one product I can recommend against the torment of excessive wetness and body odor. Old Spice Pro Strength Antiperspirant. It's prescription strength wetness protection, but you don't need a prescription to get it. That's why I can recommend it. I used to be a doctor for pretend.
The best way to survive an accident is to avoid one altogether. The 2009 RX, offering 14 actively safe features. Right now, get 2.9% financing on the 2009 RX 350 at your Lexus dealer.
Show me what you tell me, now we sipping cold belly and we up inside the telly. Roll you jellies on your belly and that's spread up on your pillow. Bobby all inside your middle. This got me flipping like hotcakes on the griddle.
When this restaurant wanted to add on to their benefits package to help attract new employees, they knew exactly who to have at the table. Find out more at forbusiness.com.
The best damn sports show, period. Sports Television's Nightly Party. Weeknights on Comcast Sportsnet.
Are you ready for an outrageous, zany, and unpredictable night at Wrigley Field? Come join Harry Canary, Clammy Sosa, and the Superstars, along with Berserk, next Tuesday as the Peoria Chiefs will host the Kane County Cougars in the Road to Wrigley, presented by National City. Don't miss out on the chance to see these crazy characters in action. To order tickets, visit Cubs.com today. Cubs go into their bullpen. Left-hander Neil Kotz is on. This is the first time, Bob, the Cubs have been in a position like this to start the second half. Real tight ball game in the late innings, with them leading. One game they won was a blowout at Houston, and Ryan Dempster went 8. No Kerry Wood tonight. He remains day to day with the finger blister. It doesn't sound like he's going to be back necessarily soon. He's going to see another hand specialist tomorrow. Jamie D'Antona, who made his major league debut and singled as a pinch hitter last night, pinch hitting for Davis tonight. So we're not quite sure what's next for Kerry Wood, but he is on the active roster still, has not been put on the DL, but he still can't pitch in a ball game. Jammed him and he fought it off. And even you consider that he threw his bullpen today and just threw a handful of changeups. Even if the blister magically goes away tomorrow, the fact that he hasn't thrown a regular bullpen session in quite some time would lead you to believe that it still might take even a couple of days just to get him ready for game action again. I mean, we're at that point where he hasn't thrown in a long time.
2-2 on the way. He missed 3-2. A turn throw got away from Kotz. Swing and a miss, struck him out with the heat.
Neil Kotz has found a couple of extra miles per hour on that fastball this season. He's consistently sitting in the low to mid 90s with that heater and just blew one right by a pretty good fastball hitter.
I should add, Bob, that I don't know exactly how many days it's been since Carey has thrown all of his pitches. I think, and I don't know for sure if they've wrapped it and allowed him to throw off the mound over the last week or so. It's been a while, obviously, since he's been in game action.
I believe his last game action was on the 11th at San Francisco.
3-0 on Stephen Drew.
The thing that's kind of odd about it, Len, a lot of pitchers get blisters on their throwing hands, but usually it's on the middle finger. Because when you think about it, that is the last finger to be in contact with the baseball as the ball is released. Now, I'm sure there's a lot of friction on the index finger as well, but I don't recall ever having a pitcher or playing with a pitcher who had blisters on the index finger. They were always on the middle finger.
Kotz back in at 3-2. Boy, Josh Beckett, when he was with Florida, had several DL stints because of a blister. It was just maddening. It's like Jason Marquis. He had one of his fingers wrapped. That was the index finger. Man.
That might just be to show solidarity with Woody. We hope it's not an injury.
Yeah. It's not an epidemic. Jason pitched last night and took the loss. 6 innings, 3 runs. Kosuke and Wright will come in. 2 gone. Voting for the finalists in the ultimate 7th inning stretch competition starts on Monday. Visit Cubs.com and help determine who you think should sing the 7th inning stretch at the Cubs game on September 1st. New videos will be posted daily, with each day producing a new finalist. So don't forget to keep visiting Cubs.com and vote for who you think deserves the title of Ultimate Cubs Fan. Love the shirt, not crazy about the headphones. Kosuke back on this ball to the warning track, and he has it. Ojeda gave it a ride. No home runs on the year. He was bidding for his first, but came up short to the 8th for 3 Cubs.
Exceptionally brewed for a taste that's pure Amsterdam. Amstel Light, one damn good beer.
Something in the way you move, little darling. Yes, there's something in the way you talk that makes me realize there's something in the way you move.
The 2008 Volvo XC90 Special Edition SUV. Get together with yours at the Volvo Model Year-End event. Now's the best time to get an 08 Volvo. Event ends July 31st.
Menards is where you'll find quality products for your home. Henkel shelf liners are great for kitchen cabinets, laundry room shelves, or office drawers. 12-inch by 7-foot rolls and 20-inch by 4-foot rolls are $244 after mail-in rebate. Complete those hard-to-reach projects with a 13-foot world's greatest ladder from Costco. This 5-in-1 ladder has 16 adjustable working heights and positions, only $69 after rebate. The 21-foot is only $159 after rebate.
Save big money at Menards.
Exceptionally brewed for a taste that's pure Amsterdam. Amstel Light, one damn good beer.
Now the Sharp Aquas game-changing play. How about Ted Lilly at the plate in the 5th inning, an RBI single to tie the game. Then he stole third base. That was a big play. Later he come around and score an insurance run. A game changer, Ted Lilly. He has a chance for a win on the mound. Micah Owings now in the bullpen, second relief appearance of this series. He was originally slated to start game 2, but he pitched in relief Monday, and he's in there again tonight. Two and 0 Ontario. Largest crowd of the series, 37,301. And it's getaway night for the Cubs. They will arrive back in Chicago very late or very early, depending on your vantage point. I think the goal, Bob, is to get in before rush hour tomorrow morning.
That would be nice.
Night game tomorrow against the Marlins. And we'll have it for you right here on Comcast Sportsnet. There's ball 4, a leadoff walk. Nissan drive of the game back in the first. Derek Lee with his first home run since June 20th against the White Sox. This one off Doug Davis. Saw the little shake of the head. Davis knew it right as Derek made contact.
Boy, he really had to go down and get that one. That pitch was below the knees, over the plate, but below the knees, and he golfed it out of here left center.
Well, even with Kerry Wood healthy, I would still probably say this, but it's even more important with Kerry now continuing to have issues with that blister. I think the big key to this second half is Carlos Marmol. And we are likely to see him in the 9th tonight. Bob Howery up for the 8th inning. High fly by Derek, and it's deep. But playable for Young. Edge of the track, 1 out. And you know, Bob, you think about it, Carlos hasn't worked a whole lot lately. Even though he pitched in the All-Star game, he's only worked 1 time on this trip.
Well, I don't think that's all bad, Len. I mean, we really were relying heavily upon Carlos Marmol towards the end of the first half of the season, and he started to show some signs that maybe he was running out of gas a little bit. So I really don't think a couple of extra days here at the beginning of the second half are going to hurt him at all.
Yeah, I think it's exactly what he needed. There's always a fine line. We maybe saw some rust last night from guys like Marshall and Hart. So you don't want to overwork them, but you don't want to give them too much rest. Not easy.
Kind of like the 3 Bears, you know, this porridge is too hot, this porridge is too cold, this one's just right. That's what we're looking for with Carlos Marmol. Just the right workload to keep him effective, but yet keep him fresh.
One and one on Aramis. Cubs have taken 3 walks tonight. 396 on the year, more than they had in all of 2006. To left and a base hit for Aramis. Terrio to third. Head first dive, he's in. Throw gets by, and Aramis to second base. Nicely done. Snaps an 0 for 26 with a single.
Looked like an off-speed pitch inside. Ramirez manages to keep that ball fair down into the left field corner. Connor Jackson's throw back to third base was mishandled by Mark Reynolds, allowing Aramis Ramirez to advance on to second base. 2 men in scoring position now for Giovanni Soto with 1 out in the inning.
The error is on Jackson, his 7th of the year. Okay, 1 0 for is over. And now Soto trying to do the same. 0 for his last 21. Infield drawn in. The pitch. Outside corner and a strike. Oh, 0-2. Might see Henry Blanco in the lineup tomorrow night. Again, the Cubs will have a late night and an early morning of travel. So Gio might get a rest. And a base hit. Terrio scores. Ramirez holding up at third. 5-3 Cubs. Goodbye to the 0 for 21.
All right, maybe the worm has turned. Guys in the middle of the lineup starting to make some noise tonight. Derek Lee with a big home run. Aramis Ramirez breaking his 0 for, and now Giovanni Soto breaks his 0 for and drives home a run with a clean line drive into left field. I mean, sometimes, Len, that's all it takes. Just one time, hit the ball hard, have good results, drive home a teammate, put a run on the board, and suddenly you're off and rolling again.
Notice there's a lot of energy in this ballpark all of a sudden. I really anticipated that this is what it would sound like during all 3 games with 2 first-place teams. It had been pretty subdued up until tonight. And even early on tonight, it was fairly quiet. Good sign. Kosuke has walked 2 times in 3 tries. The other time he lined out to left. And he's sitting pretty, 2-0. One other game going on right now, and the Nationals lead the Giants 4-3 in San Francisco in the top of the 7th. They were suspended due to rain in Baltimore. The Jays leading the Orioles 2-1 in the top of the 6th. So that game will be completed tomorrow starting at 11 a.m. Central Time. Time called. There was somebody out on the warning track and left, and Sam Holbrook caught it out of the corner of his eye. I think someone was retrieving a hat out on the track.
That was a very late time out, though. You hate to see that happen to anybody's pitcher out there on the mound. He's ready to deliver that ball to home plate, and then all of a sudden has to stop everything.
Bases loaded for DeRosa as Kosuke has walked 3 times. Ryan Price, the pitching coach, coming out. Some other scores from the American League. Boston beat Seattle 6-3 in 12 innings to complete the sweep. Red Sox with their first sweep at Seattle in 15 years. The Angels beat the Indians 14-11. Jeff Mathis with 4 hits, a career high 6 RBIs. He hit a grand slam. Casey Kochman, a career high 5 hits. Detroit sweeping Kansas City 7-1 the final. The Tigers outscored the Royals 33-6 in that series. Leo Rosales is up for the Diamondbacks. Armando Galarraga had a perfect game into the 7th in that one for Detroit. Carlos Quentin with a go-ahead 3-run homer in the 8th, and the White Sox beat Texas 10-8. They came from behind. Bases loaded here. Cubs leading 5-3 in the 8th, and a 1-0 count on Mark DeRosa. Quentin hit 2 home runs in that ball game, has 26 on the season. Tomey also went deep. Two and 0. All the pressure's on the pitcher. Ramirez at third, Soto at second, Fukudome at first. Three balls, no strikes.
Well, you'd have to believe Mark DeRosa is definitely taking 1 here, maybe 2 in this sequence. We'll see how it goes. Micah Owings really struggling to find the zone.
Ball 4, he's forced in a run. And that'll be it for Owings. Cubs now leading 6-3. Time for the Heineken call to the pen. It's 6-3 Cubs. We'll be back.
Where we come from, high gas prices are nothing new. Perhaps that's why BMW offers more vehicles that average at least 28 miles per gallon than any other luxury automaker. BMW, the ultimate driving machine. Take advantage of special lease and finance rates available until July 31st.
I need you. I need you every single day, and I want you. I want you every single way, and I need you. I need you every single day, and I want you. I want you every single way, and it's love, it's love, it's love, it's la 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 la, it's love, it's love, it's love, it's la 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 la, it's love.
It's summer, so what's dear old dad doing? Commuting. I'm not sweating it though. I opted for the AC seats. Worth every penny.
next summer event rolls on with 0% APR financing for 72 months on all 2008 Escalade models. See your Cadillac dealer for details.
You don't have to be shocked by your utility bill. Hit the jackpot with free installation from Feldco.
Call 866 for Feldco.
Right-hander Leo Rosales is on for the Diamondbacks. With the bases loaded, 2 in, the Cubs lead by 3. Reed Johnson at the plate.
We saw Rosales in the ball game last night in relief of Yusmeiro Petit, the starting pitcher. Pitched 1 inning, gave up a hit, struck out a couple of batters, zeros otherwise across the board.
He has a sign from Snyder. The pitch. Fly ball hit deep by Reed Johnson. Right center field. That ball gets out. It's a grand slam for Reed Johnson. Just kept carrying, and they have busted it wide open. 10-3. Fourth homer of the year. He's a triple away from the cycle tonight. Bob Melvin's going to go out. I don't know if he's trying to argue fan interference and say that ball actually was in, but they said it was out. This would be probably one of those replayable home runs if and when replay is instituted.
That's definitely an area of this ballpark where the fans can interfere. First base umpire Chad Fairchild went pretty far out into right field to get a look at that. He didn't hesitate at all, but now he's going to ask for help from the rest of the umpiring crew. Our Belvedere going downtown, home run replay. It's tough to tell from that angle. That gentleman with the yellow hat and the blue shirt definitely made contact with the baseball. Can't tell whether the ball was going to clear if he does not touch it, but umpires are going to gather together and try to figure it out here. Home run.
A grand slam for Reed Johnson. (10-3). Mike Fontenot saying that's right. We little guys can hit them out too.
Yeah, Fontenot saying that's the way I'd have done it.
Oof. I would say that's inconclusive. We don't know what the rules for replay will be, but I would think that would have been a home run either way. Darrell Ward batting for Neil Kotz.
I'll tell you, Len, the 10 runs is a beautiful thing on the scoreboard, the 8 base hits, but more than anything else, I think tonight the Cubs kind of recaptured some of that magic they had in the first half as far as taking base on balls, working deep counts, getting good hitters counts, and then taking good swings when they did get those counts.
Ward with his first pinch hit home run of the season last night.
It's a final in Boise.
And
the Boise Hawks defeated the Everett Aqua Sox 16-5 tonight.
Big night for Michael Brenly.
And at least 3. I was trying to keep one eye on the field and one eye on the computer. I know he had 3 knocks, but a lot of guys had hits tonight for the Boise Hawks. Mark Pollock came in to finish it up.
Rough night for Micah Owings, charged with 5 runs in a third of an inning.
I think the theory with putting Micah Owings in the bullpen was he wouldn't pace himself quite so much, and he would just come in there throwing strikes, using his good stuff, knowing it was just going to be a short outing, but really struggled to find the zone.
Ward fans, 2 outs, and it's Soriano, the 9th Cub to bat in the inning.
I'll tell you, Fonzie just missed one back in the 7th inning when he made the 3rd out of that top half of the 7th. Hit it a mile in the air to left center field for Chris Young.
Two. Cub fans are happy tonight. Pulled to left, and Soriano with his first hit tonight. That'll be a double.
Fastball out over the plate. Fonzie actually hit that ball off the end of the bat, but got enough of it to hook it down into the left field corner for extra bases. He looks a lot more confident and a lot smoother at the plate this time around, his first game back after a disabled list stint, than he did last time.
Picked up by Reynolds, and he'll throw out Terrio. Ryan, though, led off the inning with a walk. That was a good omen. The Cubs would go on to score 6 times, the last 4 coming in. A grand slam by Reed Johnson. 10-3 Cubs.
We've sold thousands of quality used cars, but actually, quality used cars sell themselves. Hello, I'm Bruce Dickstein of the David Bruce Auto Center. Our factory-trained technicians go through every used car. The ones that pass go on our lot. The ones that don't, they go somewhere else. At the David Bruce Auto Center, we take the risk out of buying. We believe it's the only way to buy a used car.
And if credit has been a problem, see David Bruce for a second chance.
Comcast Sportsnet's action-packed weekend begins Friday at 5:30 with Chicago's premier sports talk show, Chicago Tribune Live, with host David Kaplan. Saturday at 5:30, it's a central title bout in the Motor City as the White Sox try to tame the Tigers. Sunday at 12:30, suit up in the blue as the Cubs ignite Wrigleyville as they try and reel in a win against the Florida Marlins. And at 6:30, 10 at midnight, don't miss Sports Night. It's an action-packed weekend only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Where do you get your Chicago sports news?
Level 1, local nightly news. You only get a few minutes. Level 2, national sports network. You might not see Chicago teams. Top level, sports night on Comcast Sportsnet. Extended highlights, breaking news, in-depth interviews, and news from Chicago sports fans like you.
Sports Night. Elevate your Chicago sports coverage. Tonight on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Cubs Brewers, Sox Twins, Monday through Thursday on Comcast Sportsnet.
From the Comcast Sportsnet studios, it's a Cadillac Sports Update.
Mark Shanowski here with a programming reminder. Comcast Sportsnet will bring you a behind-the-scenes special on Ryan Sandberg. On the road with Rhino, August 2nd at 3:30 after the Cubs-Pirates game. We'll get exclusive access in the dugout and behind closed doors as Rhino goes through his second season as manager of the Peoria Chiefs. Now back to Arizona, and guys, Rhino wore a microphone for us for several games. What would we have heard if Bob was mic'd up as a manager with the Diamondbacks?
Well, a lot of bleeps.
A lot of bleeps, yeah.
Bob Howery is on for the Cubs. Facing Connor Jackson, the Cubs lead by 7. And if this were a 1-run game, Lou Piniella would use Howery and Marmol, like he's probably going to do in this spot. We talked about Marmol hasn't worked a whole lot lately. And he is getting loose in the bullpen as Howery tries to keep the Diamondbacks at 3 here in the 8th inning. So what kinds of things would we have heard from manager Bob Brennan?
I tried to be very encouraging. I think a lot of fans, if you've ever watched an Atlanta Braves game, Bobby Cox stands fairly close to that field mic, and you hear him yelling encouragement to his hitters and his pitchers all the time, and I tried to be positive. It's when I talk to the umpires that you'd have to stay on that 7-second delay, but And even then, I tried to be cordial and I tried to be polite with the umpires, and I never felt like I instigated anything, but I didn't back down from anything either.
Base hit through the 5.5 hole on the left side. Jackson with 2 singles, a walk, and an RBI triple. After the game, stick around for Lowe's Cubs post-game live. Get highlights of all the action and analysis from Dan Plesac. Don't miss Lowe's Cubs post-game live immediately following the game right here on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Tough night for Reynolds. He has struck out 3 times with runners on base. 3 times with runners in scoring position, in fact.
2 of the 3 on fastballs, pretty much middle of the plate, middle of the thighs.
Yankees beat Minnesota 5-1 for their 10th straight home win. They'll be at Fenway Park Friday. Tampa Bay over the A's 4-3. So the Rays are still up on the Red Sox by a half game in the American League East. And the White Sox now leading the Twins by 2.5 in the AL Central. Mike Mussina with his 13th win for the Yankees. Ten runs on 9 hits for the Cubs, 3 runs on 7 hits for the Diamondbacks, who have committed 2 errors. One by Reynolds, his 20th of the season. Another 1-2. Ooh.
Might not have been a strike, but that's an awful tough pitch to take. Down there at the bottom of the kneecaps, looked like it caught plenty of plate.
Bob Howery throwing hard in the mid-90s. Howery always takes the same amount of time between pitches. Very distinctive routine. Tug on the lace of the glove. Deep breath.
Places that ball in the pocket of the glove just so. And that has not changed since the first game he pitched for the Cubs.
Struck him out. Reynolds now 3 for 37 against the Cubs in his career in the regular season.
Once again, just gets overmatched with a high fastball. That ball is belt high right down the middle of the plate. I guarantee you the rest of the National League West is paying close attention to this ball game and how the Cubs have gone about pitching to Mark Reynolds in this series. He's a guy, as you said earlier in the ball game, has prodigious home run power when he makes contact, but having trouble catching up to fastballs tonight.
Slider was up, but he didn't need perfect location because it was the first pitch of the at bat. Well, most of the Diamondbacks are going to take a strike with their team down 7.
Leonard, this day in baseball history is actually this day in Cubs baseball history. Some of our fans will remember back in 1944, Bill Nicholson in a doubleheader against the Giants hit 4 home runs, 1 in the first game, 3 in the second game. Cubs won the first game 7-4. The Giants won the nightcap 12-10. Geez, you hit 3 home runs in 1 game. You think you'd win that one?
Yeah. Well, tomorrow is the 25th anniversary of the pine tar incident in New York. George Brett. Tim McClellan was a home plate umpire. Billy Martin, the Yankees manager. As Don Zimmer told Billy Martin, have that bat checked, and well, they knew about the pine tar, but they waited till the right moment. And that was about as upset as George Brett ever got in his career. Power to deep right center. Johnson going after it. It's going to one-hop the wall. It's the 3rd double of the night for Chris Young.
Chris Young can hit a fastball. That one out over the plate, down a little bit. He drives it to the gap just to the right of straightaway center field. Chip Hale, the third base coach for the Diamondbacks, holding Connor Jackson all the way. I thought he threw up the stop sign a little early right there. Looked like Jackson could have scored on that ball to the gap in right center, but Cubs will take it.
Brett hit a 2-run homer off Goose Gossage, who coincidentally will go into the Hall of Fame this coming Sunday. It was a go-ahead home run, and then Billy Martin protested, had the bat checked, and Tim McClellan said, yeah, you're out. Pine tar was too far up the bat. And went back later and changed it. So I guess it was a right call, but a bad rule. Hall of Fame has the bat. Brett did use the bat after that incident, but eventually did give it to the Hall. George Brett basically said that he thinks a bigger deal was made of it because it happened at Yankee Stadium. But if it happened in Cleveland, it wouldn't have been as memorable. Swing and a miss by Clark. Batting left-handed against the righty Howery. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Well, certainly the venue had something to do with it. The fact that Billy Martin was involved had something to do with it. And 2 future Hall of Famers, Goose Gossage and George Brett, involved in the play. That obviously had something to do with it. But
caught by Lee on the liner. Runners holding up, 2 outs.
Derek just freezes in his tracks. Just a little hop right there. Didn't have to use all of his springs down there at first base. He can jump much higher than that.
Chris Snyder batting. So the Royals protested the game. Lee McPhail, who was the AL president, ruled that the bat basically wasn't altered to help hit that home run, and that the rules stated she could take the bat out of the game, but you can't call the batter out. So they continued it later after the home run, and Billy Martin then appealed that play and said the umpires wouldn't have known if Brett and the other base runner had touched all the bases. The umpires had affidavits saying that they actually did see it, so I guess they anticipated that that was going to happen. What a crazy finish. So the Royals held on and won the game.
I really don't know what advantage there would be to gain by having pine tar further up the bat than you're allowed to. I don't really see where that would give you any kind of a competitive advantage or make you hit the ball any farther or harder. But it's in the rule book.
We will relive that moment tomorrow night on the actual anniversary, 25th anniversary. So make sure you join us. Cubs hosting the Marlins. He's gone 3-1 on Snyder. So to make 27 pitches here in this inning, they haven't scored a run. They've worked some deep counts. Three and two. Cubs broke it open with 6 in the top of this inning, capped by a Reed Johnson grand slam. 3-2 to Snyder. High bouncer foul. Jackson at third, Young at second. Deep drive. That's going to be a 3-run homer to make it 10-6. Bob, I'll use the analogy we talked about earlier about you don't want too much rest. On the other hand, you don't want to overwork a guy. Well, in this spot, you don't want to walk him. So you try to throw strikes. Then you give up a 3-run homer. So there's always that fine line.
Yeah, it's especially tough for a guy like Bob Howery, who's basically a 2-pitch pitcher. That's just a mid-zone fastball. Our Belvedere going downtown. Home run replay. Chris Snyder with the 3-run bomb to pull the Diamondbacks within 4 here in the bottom of the 8th.
Alex Romero will bat for Chris Burke. How big does that grand slam look now? And again, every pitch ends up possibly being different if the score had been different. Yeah, those adages, you always have to look at them in the gray area. There's no black or white. We talk about that all the time. You can't ever say, you know, this can't happen or that has to happen. It's not how the game works. It's like the unintentional intentional walk. Don't throw him a strike, but don't walk him. Swing and a miss to get out of the inning, but Howery gives up a 3-run homer to Snyder. So the lead cut to 4 as we go to the 9th, 10-6.
Want to get away? Now you can. Fly to your favorite vacation destinations on Southwest Airlines starting at $69 one way. But hurry, seats are limited. So book now at southwest.com.
You are now free to move about the country.
Tonight, do the mojito with the refreshingly cool taste of the Bacardi Mojito.
These days, one thing matters when it comes to driving: this number. Now, this Buick Lucerne has better EPA estimated highway fuel economy than this Chrysler 300 Touring. Not to mention it has a range of up to 450 highway miles, which means you won't be stopping here again anytime soon. What's the point? Less pumping, more driving.
Qualified buyers now get 2.9% APR financing for 60 months on any 2008 Lucerne, plus $750 purchase bonus cash. See your local Buick dealer.
Now that the Cubs have scored 10, you scored 10. Just send an email with your name and address to sack-of-10 at ComcastSportsNet.com immediately after the game. And you could be one of 100 lucky winners to win a free White Castle sack of 10. Sounds good.
Sounds like a deal to me.
Billy Buckner, not to be confused with the former Cub. This guy, a right-handed pitcher. And he'll face Derek Lee, Aramis Ramirez, and Giovanni Soto. Romero stays in to play right. Not sure what's going on. Oh, there's a bird out and left that Connor Jackson's trying to move along gently. Is that Guillermo?
No, that's not Guillermo. Guillermo was like a white pigeon with a few black spots on it. And that one landed right behind Connor Jackson and then just kind of waddled out toward the warning track. Connor kind of shooted along so we could keep playing baseball here.
Rolled into right. Bookend hits for Derek. A home run in his first at bat. Made 3 outs and then singled in what hopefully will be his last at bat. Unless the Cubs bat around in this inning.
We'll see if Aramis can build on his hitting streak. He's 1 for his last 1.
Six big ones in the 8th for the Cubs, highlighted by a Reed Johnson grand slam. Popped up. Snyder charging after it, and he almost got it. Just missed it.
There's the taller backstop directly behind home plate, and then that shorter fence right where Snyder ended up there. We talked about the amount of foul ground here at Chase Field and a long run for the D-backs catcher, and he just can't get there in time.
Called strike 3, and Remy knew it. 1 out. Saturday, August 2nd is Sharpie Day at Wrigley Field. Watch the Cubs take on the Pirates at 12:05. The first 10,000 fans will receive a Sharpie marker. Sharpie, right out loud.
There you go. I like it. Yeah. Or as we like to refer to it, Graffiti Day.
So Austin Powers can't control the volume of my voice. I apologize to Bob running our audio board tonight. I'll warn you next time. 2 strikes on Soto. One and 2. Just looking here at baseballreference.com, I believe that is the 2nd career grand slam for Reed Johnson. We'll get some confirmation on that. He hit one in 05 with the Blue Jays at Fenway Park off Mike Myers. And that's the only other one I can see in his career.
Well, you certainly don't expect Reed Johnson to hit an opposite field home run, let alone an opposite field grand slam, but that's exactly what he did between the 413 and the 376 mark out near the pool.
Broken bat, ground ball. They'll get one at second base, and that's it.
Dangerous play that time by Stephen Drew, throwing back across his body. And the timing of that play would tell you that Derek Lee is going to be right on top of Augie Ojeda at second base. Giovanni Soto's bat splinters in his hand there at home plate. Splits lengthwise down the barrel. Well, those slowly hit balls, the second baseman, they start to hear the footsteps. They know that runner has to be getting close.
Again, CC Sabathia with his 3rd straight complete game win as Milwaukee beat the Cardinals for the 3rd straight night 3-0. If the Cubs hang on, they'll maintain a 1-game lead over Milwaukee, and that would drop the Cardinals to 3 back. Probables tomorrow night, Sheets and Wellemeyer. Well, how about you win the first 2 games of a series, and then you have Sabathia and Sheets to finish it up. Sabathia held serve, and it's up to Ben Sheets tomorrow. Todd Wellemeyer goes in at 8-4. Sheets at 10-3. And then the Brewers will host Houston over the weekend before the Cubs come in Monday. Cubs will be at home just for 4 against Florida. Olsen and Zambrano in game 1. We'll have it for you tomorrow night. Ojeda to Clark. And we'll go to the bottom of the 9th. It will not be a safe spot for Carlos Marmol with his team up 4, but he's trying to help this team salvage a finale. We'll be back.
This is a call from the Crave. You know what this is about. White Castle bacon cheeseburgers, chicken sandwiches, jalapeno cheeseburgers, or get the original steam grilled slider for just 59 cents. You know you want to. You just got a call from the Crave. Don't just sit there. Answer it.
It's on everybody's mind these days. So trade up to better fuel economy now at the Chevy Model Year-End event. Trade up to Silverado with better available V8 fuel economy than Tundra and F-150. Get 0% APR financing for 72 months on most 2008 Chevy Silverado half-tons. Log on now to ChevyDealer.com.
Who could that be? Oh, wow. I'm there for you, buddy. That was Brad. He really wants to vent.
You should go.
Ready to vent?
Let's vent.
Let's vent.
Let's vent.
Introducing the vented wide mouth can from Coors Light. It lets in air for a smooth, refreshing pour.
Is he okay?
I think we'll be venting a little longer.
Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Cubs 10, Diamondbacks 6. Carlos Marmol is on, making his 51st appearance. Non-save spot with his team leading by 4 runs. Second appearance on this trip. And he's ready to go here in the bottom of the 9th. Miguel Montero will start this inning for the Diamondbacks, batting for Buckner. And then Drew and Ojeda. Montero started last night behind the plate. And went 0 for 4 with a walk and a run.
Some of the guys offensively appear to be getting some of their confidence back in the ball game here tonight. A little better eye at the plate, worked some deep counts, got some big base hits. Hopefully Carlos Marmol will use this tune-up inning here to do the same thing, get some of that confidence back, that Cubby swagger that Lou talked about back in spring training.
Marmol, an all-star. He was an injury replacement for Kerry Wood. He pitched a scoreless bottom of the 13th with 2 strikeouts in the Midsummer Classic. Slider got him. Strike 3. Montero's out. 1 away.
It's that wicked slider. Starts it just on the outside corner, breaks it right over the heart of the plate, knee high. Nothing Montero could do right there. Good velocity at 94 from Marmol.
Carlos has a sign from Soto. Here's a pitch. Slider strike. 2-1.
Boy, defensively, the Cubs in the outfield are playing Stephen Drew like a right-handed pull hitter. Alfonso Soriano is probably 15 to 20 feet off that burn mark you could see. Same thing for Reed Johnson in center and Fukudome in right. You can see those areas in the outfield where the respective fielders usually stand in a straightaway position. You can see how far off of that mark Kosuke Fukudome is in right field. Same thing for Soriano in left field.
Marmol came into this outing tied for 8th in the NL in appearances with 50, making his 51st. Drew pops it foul back to the seats. Pulled fair over Derek Lee. And Drew not going to push it with his team down 4. He'll be satisfied with a double.
Could have possibly had a triple because of the way the Cubs were defending against him in the outfield. We showed you just a few moments ago. That Marmol slider hooked over the head of Derek Lee down into the right field corner. A long run for Fukudome. Chip Hale, the third base coach, elected not to take any chances. Threw up the stop sign for Stephen Drew at second base.
Big offensive night for the Cubs. Scored 10 times. Their lone win to this point on the trip included 9 runs at Houston. This would make the Cubs 23-10 against the West. Lee will scoop, and Marmol covering first. It goes 3-1, 2 outs, runner at third. The producer of Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is Bob Albrecht. Our director is Dave Turner. Our associate producer Tamara Anderson. Our stage manager in the booth Beth Pockman. Our technical director Steve Feinberg. The executive producer of Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is Jim Corno Jr. And great work by our entire crew here in Phoenix. Connor Jackson. Ball 1.
What a nice stop by Giovanni Soto. Seen a few W flags here at Chase Field scattered around. Cubs haven't had an opportunity to use them in the first 2 games of the series. They're waving them proudly tonight.
Ted Lilly started. He went 6, gave up 3 runs. We saw Neil Kotz go 1, 2, 3 in the 7th. Bob Howry gave up a 3-run homer to Chris Snyder in the 8th, and now it's Marmol in the 9th. Way inside on Jackson. Missed again with a fastball. How about the night for Jackson? 3 hits, 2 walks. He's been on all 5 times. And Mark Reynolds, who has struck out all 4 times, will Be sent back to the dugout. Chad Tracy instead. Have to think, Bob, the thought here is Reynolds hits for power, but a 3-run homer doesn't help me. So Bob Melvin going with Chad Tracy, thinking get a guy on base, and then Chris Young would come up as the tying run.
Tracy, a much better on-base percentage guy than Reynolds, also a left-handed hitter. And maybe a little bit of it protecting Mark Reynolds, who's already struck out 4 times in the ball game tonight and hasn't looked very good doing it. But you rarely see a team pinch hit for their cleanup hitter in the bottom half of the 9th inning trying to mount a rally.
Well, obviously, this is a huge batter for Marmol. He does not want Chris Young to come up as a tying run. Runner goes to second without a play. Tracy swings and misses. No stolen base. Defensive indifference, the call. Oh, 0-2. Cubs fans on their feet. The pitch, swing and a miss. Cubs win. Marmol put a couple of guys on here in the 9th. 2 strikeouts in the inning. He fans Tracy to end it. So I guess it didn't matter, Reynolds or Tracy. The cleanup guy struck out all 5 times tonight. Well, it was not a great trip, but at least the Cubs avoided being swept, and they still remain in sole possession of first place in the division. The final tonight, Cubs 10, Diamondbacks 6, and Bob, the Cubs have 3 10-game winners now.
Ted Lilly pitched well enough to get a victory in this ball game tonight. You know, those kind of things, those individual stats are all very nice to look up at the end of the season, but I'm sure Ted Lilly and all of his teammates are just glad to put this one in the win column, get to that airport, and get back to the friendly confines tomorrow.
And Ted is our Chevy player of the game. 6 innings, 6 hits, 3 runs allowed. And also came up very big at the plate. He had the game-tying single in the 5th inning. He ended up stealing a base as well. And scored a big run.
Well, Ted Lilly was a ball player tonight. He did it all on both sides. Drove in a run, scored a run, stole a base, and pitched an outstanding ball game.
So again, his 10th win of the year. Ryan Dempster with 11, Zambrano with 10, and now Ted Lilly with 10. So that'll do it for our game coverage. Stay tuned for post-game live. Final score tonight, the Cubs 10, the Diamondbacks 6. Our next Cubs telecast is tomorrow night from Sweet Home Chicago. Cubs hosting the Marlins at 7 o'clock. In-game scoring provided by ScorePad. And now for Bob Brenly and our entire crew, this is Len Casper. You've been watching Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet. Now Mark and Dan from the studio for post-game live.
Hi everyone, Gail Fisher here. Mark Shanowski and Dan Plesac are standing by for Lowe's Cubs post-game live. But don't forget to join us after that for Sports Night. And on that show, we'll have the latest on Devin Hester's decision to hold out of training camp down in Bourbonnais. Plus the Bears lock up their first-round draft pick. And we've got all the highlights and post-game reaction from the Sox' big come-from-behind win against the Rangers. That's all tonight on Sports Night, but up next, it's Lowe's Cubs post-game live right after this quick timeout.
Nissan set out to create the perfect on-road vehicle, and in the process, created a category. Introducing 2 crossover leaders from Nissan. The redesigned Murano, awarded as an IIHS top safety pick. And the new Rogue, named 2008's best new small crossover. Lease Murano, $299 a month. Rogue, $229 a month. Don't follow the leader. Own one. At your Nissan dealer now.
It's a real Cinderella story.
She comes out of nowhere, and it's like boom.
Hit after hit.
Are you at a loss for words, Josh?
What do you mean she's going to change TV forever? Well, find out.
One man wants to know the truth.
Put her in every home on the planet.
Who is Scarlet? The real Scarlet. The evidence is staring you in the face. Scarlet!
Things aren't always what they seem. Scarlet, the new series of TVs from LG.
Bank of America offers the opportunity to see Wrigley Field like never before. Take a 90-minute guided tour and see the press box, locker room, dugouts, and more. With the new expanded summer schedule, it's now more convenient than ever to experience beautiful Wrigley Field. Purchase tickets by calling 1-800-THE-CUBS or by visiting Cubs.com.
Seriously, mornings just go better when you grab some breakfast.
Whatever.
Ow.
Start your day off right with any 2 McMuffin sandwiches for just $3. Now at McDonald's.
It's on everybody's mind these days. So trade up to better fuel economy now at the Chevy Model Year-End event with a fuel-efficient 08 Chevy. Like the 08 Malibu LS with an EPA estimated 30 miles per gallon highway. Qualified lessees with a current GMAC lease get a low-mileage lease on this 08 Malibu LS for around $219 a month. Call for details. Log on now to ChevyDealer.com.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by Southwest Airlines. With Southwest Airlines, you're now free to be more productive. Visit Southwest.com today. Menards. At Menards, you'll find big lumber yards, big selection, and big savings. And by your local Chicagoland Buick Pontiac GMC dealers.
The pitch, fly ball hit deep by Reed Johnson, right center field. That ball gets out. It's a grand slam for Reed Johnson. Just kept carrying, and they have busted it wide open.
Hey, maybe the post-All-Star game hitting slump is finally over. The Cubs explode for 10 runs, show a lot of patience at the plate as well, drawing 5 walks. They take the series finale in Arizona. 10-6 is your final. Cubs glad to be coming back home after a 2-4 road trip. Hello again, everyone.